Alright, I think we're gonna start. Should be good. I'm just testing my sound for a second. Yeah, should be good. Alright. So, last time I just implemented a quick programmable animation on the main character, if we can call it like that. Basically, simply using the animator of Unity, and I used some scripts to actually describe the animations and how they should. Wait, there's a chat here. I think I just realized. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, just basically using some curves and numbers and stuff like that to blend between different positions or colors, which give us this kind of result. It's pretty simple, really. It just allows to make quick animations that we can change if we want to. So basically, when we jump and when we land, that's basically the two animations that we have for now. We could add more if you want to. We may want to do some of them into Maya or Blender, whatever software we're using. But just for these animations, I want to do something very simple. I knew exactly what I wanted to do, and it's probably much simpler like that than if we had to do it into an editor. So there we go. That's what we did last time. This time I'm gonna add some. I'm gonna try to do two things. First one is that when we're gonna hit teleporter, that's here or here, for instance. We also have these two teleporters here. What's gonna happen is that we're gonna have a small delay, like right now. When I take teleporter, it's instant. So what's gonna happen is that when we're gonna take teleporter now, we're gonna have a small delay, and after that delay, we're gonna spawn on the other side, like just like half a second or something. And we're also gonna have a small camera effect, which is gonna move like that between the two, with probably a little trail or something. So the way I'm gonna do this, I kind of have an idea already. So the camera has a follow camera script, which basically follows an object with maximum speed and everything. Well, actually it's damping, but yeah. And it has a target as well as a warp pivot, but that's just for the rotation of the camera. When we take these cubes, for instance, when we rotate around these cubes, the camera has to rotate around. So this is just a reference. So what's gonna happen is that we're gonna hit this teleporter. We're gonna destroy. I mean, we're gonna hide. No, we're not gonna destroy. We're gonna hide the sphere, the model, and we're gonna spawn an object just on top of here, or maybe at the center of the cube, and it's gonna move towards this in half a second. And we're also gonna change the target of the follow camera to this object. And after half a second, we're gonna spawn we're gonna make this reappear over there. I'm also gonna have to disable the rigid body so we don't get any collisions anymore. So like, let's say you have a, I don't know, let's say maybe later we have some cubes which can kill you as they move. It's actually the case, but let's say we have a laser cube which throw a laser like that and kills you if it hits you, on top of a mobile cube, which is just a cube which moves around, and let's say it goes like that and it just laser everything here. If you take teleporter and this half second the laser touch you, you're gonna be dead. So I have to quickly add a state, a variable, something to make sure that we can't get killed or block anything. Like, let's say we have some objects falling, we don't want them to block because we're supposed to not be here anymore. I could also move the character very far away. That would be probably the easiest solution. I could move it behind the camera, so that way I'm sure it will never show up. Could be a good idea, to be honest. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna go for that. I'm gonna move the character behind, so that way we're gonna make sure it's never gonna be seen by the player, and we don't have to change anything. We just have to change the gravity maybe, so that the player doesn't fall and that's it. Yeah, I'll probably turn off gravity and that should be it. So yeah, that's gonna be the first thing I'm gonna do. Shouldn't take too much time, but as always, you know, famous last words. The second thing I'm gonna do is when we are in game, we can press a key on the keyboard, and it's actually an icon, a button on phones. So we can move the camera around, we can unzoom, we can zoom and dezoom. So we can see a bit more of the level in case we have a very big level. And in this mode, what I wanted to do is either being able to click or hover on top of the teleporter, and what that will do is it will take the two teleporters that actually matter, like this one and this one as well, and it's going to scale them up based on like that. It's basically going to do something like that, just so we can actually see them. Like we can easily see which one goes to where. Or I could also just turn on the where is it? Like slightly tweak the material and turn on the lights of the material maybe. I don't really know. I'm probably gonna go for the scaling first and maybe then change it. So that way we keep the same materials. That's going to be a very simple effect, but I think it can really help reading what teleporters goes where. Because one thing I've noticed, it's not only the players. I think it's all. I mean, it's also my case, and I've seen some player complain about it a bit. Is that when you see a level like that and you try to read it, you're trying to read it and be like, okay, where can I go? Where can I move? You're gonna see this you're gonna see this cube. You're gonna be like, okay, where's the other one? It's here. Where's the other one? It's here. It's fine on this level. It becomes much harder when it comes to a much more complicated level where you have 5 or 6 different teleporters, as well as the same number of gravity cube and mobile cubes and stuff like that. It can get really, really hacky sometimes to find the right teleporter. And especially be like, okay, where's the other one? So maybe if it's off screen, add a little arrow which points towards the actual position of the other teleporter, so we can be like, oh, okay, so I click this one, and then I'm gonna look at the other one off screen. Oh, that's where it is. Okay. Basically, we click this one, and we're gonna be like, okay, oh, there it is. Got it. I think that's really gonna help players to actually understand the game a bit more, because the game can be complex, really. Yeah, it's a puzzle game, and it's very easy, especially since we don't have a lot of experience. It's very easy to make very hard levels, like very complicated levels. So yeah, if I think it's a good addition to make the lecture of the levels easier. So I'm not entirely sure which one I'm gonna start with. I'm probably gonna start with the teleporters effect because I like it, and I have a clear idea of how to do this. And it's probably gonna be the one that takes the most time. This one is simply gonna be detecting where the mouse is hovering. Basically, just throwing a ray on the mouth. It's probably gonna be on click, so it's simpler, but maybe it should be hover on PC. I'm not sure. The game is supposed to be released on PC in the future, but due to some stuff that happened to the company in the meanwhile, and most likely more about us, it's unlikely to happen right now. Right now we're focusing on iOS, but the game eventually will be out on PC. But we're just trying to make sure the game still works at least a bit on PC, because we're gonna have to remove some features anyway for PC, like the energy feature, the energy stamina points that we have for mobile, so people don't play the game too much, don't get bored of it. This kind of features, we're gonna remove them on PC, of course, as well as making the game a bit more speedrunner friendly on PC. You know, it doesn't hurt. Like some people like to have a timer or play against a timer to beat their score. They like to know how fast they did each level or stuff like that. We have actually some bugs that we have kept just so we can. Actually, it's not going to be here. It's going to be later. we have some levels, some bugs that we have kept just so people can have fun with them and abusing these bugs to find some interesting routes. Hey, that's a good level, see? That's orange, that's red, very easy to confuse these two. You have blue, white, cyan, purple. It's like quite a complex level. If you could hover or click and it would automatically show you where's the other one, it would greatly help. This is basically World 2, so yeah, much more complex levels. By World 2 you're supposed to know how the game works, hopefully. Because that's already a lot of levels. Just trying to find a level with the spring cube so I can show you the bug I'm talking about. I don't know these levels to be honest, and I forgot to move these to the other screen. 1 second. That's a cool story, bro. 1 second, starting this on the other screen. Here's the laser cube I was talking about. There is 2 of them actually. They kill you if you hit them. So you have to figure out a way of getting rid of it. Later on we should have activators, which is going to be some kind of buttons so that you can use to toggle on and off these laser cubes and maybe others. I can't find a level. There we go, this one should do it. So, oh my god, okay, there is magnets. Oh yeah, I did not saw the magnets. That's gonna be rough. I'm gonna quickly hack this and remove this cube. Just so I can show you guys. So basically, this is a jump you're supposed to make. Sometimes it actually bugs, we don't really know. But as you can see, if I press space exactly when I hit the bump, this is normal. And this is a super jump. Basically, this is just a small bug. The small one, the small jump, is just random. We don't know why it's happening, but it's fine. World 2 is not a lot of people have already unlocked the World 2. You're early. No, I'm not. No, I don't think I'm early, but thank you, Steve Lim. Yeah, we're on Monday. It's 2 p.m. here. No, I'm good. Maybe I confused. Maybe I gave the wrong hours on the Twitch. Maybe I gave the regular hours instead of the summer hours. Maybe that's the issue. So, yeah, that was just to show off one little funny bug. Back to the teleporters. Teleporters. We should have one teleporter very early in the game. Should be level 5 or... no, a bit later. Oh, that's right, that's all the... yeah, I remember. I used to stream a little bit late. Yeah, it's really up to what I have to do in real life, you know, sometimes you have stuff that blocks you, sometimes my computer is not happy about starting OBS and it doesn't want to start it. Like really, sometime, once I had to launch OBS like I think I launched it at 1 p.m. and at 2 p.m. OBS wasn't launched yet. And I already launched OBS 3 times. I don't know what happened this day. I think my computer was just like, no, you're not gonna work today. No stream today. So yeah, sometimes my computer is kind of annoying. It's time to format. I think this has been already told in the chat, to be honest. So we're gonna use this level as a playtest. And one thing I really want to change is see if I can move this foreground around and if it's gonna break it if I do, because it's really annoying. I don't think it should, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it does matter actually, because these levels doesn't matter, this menu, sorry, doesn't matter, but this black screen is quite annoying. So we're gonna hit the teleporter now. We gotta change slightly how character controller is going to behave. So there is some logic here which are kind of silly, like for instance I come into a teleporter, I come into the exit cube, this kind of behaviors, they are not handled by the cube, they're handled by the character. It's not a very good design in my opinion, but that's how it has been made initially, and it's quite late to change it. It's not really a problem. It's just ugly, but it's not really, it doesn't bug or anything, it doesn't really hurt. So, just, it's a bad design, it's not really nice to watch, but it doesn't hurt, so yeah, like all these. And yeah, this is an old name as well. But yeah, you can see like everything, the gravity cubes, the power up, because we used to have power up, the keys, exit block, and everything. Most of these are handled by the character controller, even though slowly but surely we have moved some of them. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe the teleporter is handled by the teleporter now. Yeah, it has been moved. So we can see where we have, if we have which cube we have been working on recently and which one we haven't. So okay, we play the teleporter sound. I'm gonna tune the sound down again and see. By the way, if any of you can give me a feedback on how loud the sound is, that would be awesome, because I have no idea how loud it sounds on stream compared to my voice. Because I want to hear the sound sometimes. Okay, the sound is perfect on the timing. Sound is almost perfect for the timing. I'm probably gonna keep to this. Why is it raining here? Oh come on! Why is it raining in the audio files? That's terrible. I mean, I can't know how long the sound is as well. I'm gonna have to edit this. Alright. What is this bit? Yeah, that's just noise. That's just science. Someone can cut you off here. Ouch! That was loud. Sorry. Ah, that hurt me. I'm gonna cut you off here as well. Perfect. I think that's perfect. There we go. So, how long are you? Okay, 0.4 seconds should be good. Actually, that's actually where I want to know. The 0.3 seconds approximately. Or 0.25. Okay, so 0.25 or 0.3. That's going to be the time it's going to take to switch between the two teleporters. So we're going to try to sync up with the sound. Oh, almost forgot to export this. No. I hate when you have this kind of stuff. You can't change the actual URL by hand. I just hate it. Like, you're losing so much time having to browse through each one of your folders and everything. What am I looking for? Assets, sounds. FX and teleportation. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. So we said 0.25, 0.3, okay. So we're gonna add this into the character controller, these variables, even though it's already quite heavy. No, it's alright, it's alright. Yeah, and you're clean. So yeah, it's alright in the end. That's the animator. Movement speed and everything. Yeah, we're gonna add this here. So we're gonna add the delay. We're gonna just create an empty object with trailing. So let's see. We're just gonna have a quick test like that. We're gonna add the trail renderer. Yay! I think I actually have to run the game for that to work. Oh, 5 seconds, did not know that. So let's see, 0.2 maybe? Yeah, I have to run the game for that to work. I also want to see, yeah, it's working. So we are gonna have the effect like that. What's gonna happen, we're gonna have some bubbles effect probably, something like that. I'm not entirely sure how we're gonna do this one, how it's gonna look like. But it's probably just gonna be some bubbles, so for now... simply gonna have a quick look at some bubble textures. It usually gives us a better quality as well. Guess we could go for you. Yeah, it's alright, I don't really care, I just want to test this out. Oh, it's vector? Okay, never mind, I'm not even gonna bother doing the graphics yet, I'm just gonna make this work. So this is gonna be the teleport trail. We're gonna put this here. It's gonna have its own behavior, and it's probably gonna be the one that actually say to the ball, actually maybe not. So either I just move the ball away, move the character away, like behind the camera, wait for the time that we called, and move the camera back at the other teleporter, or we move the character away, we move the trail, and as like the trail, when he thinks he's good, it's gonna tell to the character, hey, spawn in. The risk is we have more elements, and if the trail doesn't work, the player is not going to be able to spawn in. So I think I'm going to let this to just have a hard-coded timer, and not hard-coded, but have a timer. So it's going to spawn the trail, it's going to go behind the camera, and after the time, no matter where the trail is, it's going to spawn here. So that way we make sure we never get stuck. Yeah, probably the safest option. So we have all this stuff, this animation, frame offset, frame velocity. I'm not sure this should be shown. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why this is exposed like that. Should be like this. so you don't get bothered by this too. We're not supposed to change them. They're public because that way we can easily add stuff, but they're not supposed to be visible. So we're gonna have a float and teleport duration maybe. I'm gonna default this to 0.25, so just so we have the right value initially, as well as giving a game object, which can be I would love to call these like that. I'm actually gonna do it because I'm not a big fan of using this kind of notation in C#. Like usually what I do is I follow the naming convention of the language I'm using, and that's not the right convention, but that's actually because character controller already exists. And I would probably have called this like that, to be honest. So that way we can have an abstract controller class if we need to. But yeah, that's, it doesn't really matter anymore. But yeah, usually I prefer to use the the naming convention of the language. So capitals everywhere. No spaces, no underscore, just capitals. So we're gonna store the prefab as well, so one I just created here. There we go. Teleport duration. So what's gonna happen is that teleport behavior is gonna have to call something on the character, a function of the character, so the character can actually know he has been teleported. So he is being teleported, sorry. So for that, one thing I could do, yeah, no, that wouldn't work. Yeah, I need to create function teleport to, that's gonna handle this. So we're dead grounded and everything. How does that work? Make sure this is a character. It would be pretty funny to not do this, to be honest, or to use a layer so we can have object actually teleporting. That would be pretty cool, kind of like Portal. Let's see. Yeah, teleport character controller. So here, yeah, here this bit is gonna be on the character controller because we're actually modifying the character. Like we have to do get components and everything. This is not really optimized, and most of the time when you want to modify an object, especially such an important object, you probably want to do this inside the object. Because right now, like the logic would be, okay, when I get teleported, where is this? Like if I hit teleports, there's nothing. I'm like, okay, I don't really get it now. So we're gonna have a public function teleport to, that's gonna handle this for us. So we got all the Unity callbacks. And there's public functions. We got the magnets. You see, start hugging magnets and everything. This is because the magnets actually modify some elements inside. Should need to modify some elements like their gravity, for instance. If you're attracted by magnets, in reality you don't disable gravity, but in games, if you keep the gravity on, it's actually going to make your object like shake, because you're going to have the gravity pushing you one way and then the magnet pushing you the other way. So unless you can actually exactly counter the gravity, which is probably a lot of computation for nothing, like what would you matter computing gravity to then recompute it, to neglect it, to negate it, to finally in the end just you could just turn off the gravity in the end. So yeah, here I had to turn off gravity, so magnets call this function. Also, that allows me to know what magnets we're actually being influenced by, which helps to detect when we can jump. Unkilled, grounded, checkpoint, reset. Yeah, we're gonna add you here. So play void teleport to. and this is probably gonna be this. So we're gonna have collider. Well, we should actually do collider.gameObject.get. Actually, yeah, I don't need to do this. I could just go get component like that. Character controller. So this is gonna be okay if CC is different from null. Yeah, we don't need to do this. We could just do this. I mean, it's faster to do this, but it's also more prone to errors. And since I have to hit CC anyway, I have to get the character controller component anyway, you know, I might as well just do it here already and check for nullity. So we're going to teleport to I guess this is a new position. This is the target position or end position. We're actually going to call this target position because I think it's more explicit. And we're going to teleport to this, and here we are going to do this, grab this and move it here. So this is going to become rigid body because we already have we already got the rigid body. Oh, I'm not sure about these two lines, to be honest. Well, if we were doing this the way Portal do it, we should actually invert the velocity. So basically, if you come from the top, well, you don't need to actually. In our way, if we do it the way Portal does, we should have coming in one side and going out the same side with the velocity inversed. Here it's slightly different. You come from one side and you spawn to the. Actually, it's exactly the same side. So yeah, we could actually just try something funny here after I'm done moving this stuff around. So that could be funny. What was the difference between these two? Reception? Oh yeah, it's because that old line didn't use the key offset. It's not a good thing. That should be good. So now we should be able to teleport yeah, we should be able to teleport the way we used to. Oh, actually we missed this. This has to go here. I was wondering where the X and the Y offset were. Let's not do this. It's really an urge. I can't stand seeing variables like that. I can stand it, but every time I see variables named badly, and I'm like, I have Pulsion, which wants me to rename the variable correctly. I mean, you know, correctly. There's no real correct name probably, but see, like this. Somehow this really, I don't know why, I have some Pulsions that wants me to correct this. Grammar Nazi. Actually, naming convention Nazi. So yeah, that's alright. We're just computing the transforms and everything. And teleport to we zero the velocity as well as the rotation velocity, and we move you here. Should be fine. So basically, this should work exactly the same way. It's just more flexible. There we go. It's just sorry. It's more. I can't find the word in English. It's better. I can't find the word in English. So here, if we have velocity going here, we negate it. We should actually go the opposite. So let's try this and comment this line. Oops. That was terrible. How did that even happen? Okay, that didn't work. What if we don't change the velocity at all? Doesn't change anything, okay. So, what if I don't do that? I basically just want to make sure this is cold, because it looks like there is some other logic. Yeah, okay, this is cold. Basically my y velocity in one way, well actually it's the x I think, and if I reverse it, it should be the opposite. Huh. I don't really see why velocity is not being zeroed, but there's probably some other lines which actually invalidate this. So much for that. That could have been funny, but it's not. It's not really. It's not really important to look at this for now. So, in case you guys don't know, the chat in the upper right corner works for all platforms, not just YouTube or Twitch. It's working for all platforms. So, yeah, if you want to say something, or if you have to say something, don't hesitate. It's working. Should probably write something on top of the chat, like probably add some icons to it. Oh, there is no chat. Awesome. The chat is supposed to be here. Where did it go? Let me see this. Yeah, reach out anywhere via browser. That's cool. Where did the chat go? There we go. Okay, cool. So now we have the chat. I'm probably gonna have live coding, Twitch, YouTube here, so people knows they can talk, but yeah. Alright, sorry about that. For some reason, every time I start OBS again, I have to refresh every single browser source, sources. Every browser source, yeah, that's how they're called. I don't really know why. That's really annoying. Most of the time, some of them are bugged. Like even once I had one which was supposed to simply show an image that I was fetching online, so I don't have to update it manually. And yeah, sometimes it was full of, I don't know, my YouTube tab, for instance, like the video I just watched before the stream. I don't know why. I really don't know why. It's curious. Anyway, so on this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a game object. We are not even gonna bother. Yeah, we're gonna bother storing the object. So we're gonna instantiate the teleport trail object. And we're gonna put that. I'm probably gonna add 2 parameters here. Yeah. I wish I could add the actual 2 positions of the cubes, but it doesn't really make sense looking at the name of the signature, because you're like teleport to, okay, just target position. I'm probably gonna have a vector3 trail effect from and vector3 trail effect 2. And I'm also gonna have the same one without these arguments. I could use default parameters name, but I want to either have both of these or none of these. And also, I think sometimes MonoDevelop does not agree about this. Like, if I do this, I think sometimes MonoDevelop is not happy about it. I remember I had the issue with that. Or sometimes Mongodb Develop is happy with that, but not Unity. Is like, hey, you can't do that. Apparently it's fixed now, which is a good thing. Basically this is simply gonna call teleport to just gonna be this basically, and we're also gonna add the effect in this one. So it's gonna be trail effect from quaternion. That's actually a good question. Quaternion is gonna be the transform dot rotation of the pivot. Wait, why are you a game object? Would make more sense if you would be transformed by. Yeah, never mind. It would make more sense that object was transformed because we don't care about the components or anything. Like, basically, you would use transforms for when you want to store a reference to an object because you need to know his position and everything. And you would like probably to use a game object to because you need to access components. I mean, that's how I use it most of the time. Because, like here, this is teleport prefab, so it makes sense that I'm using an object. Here, target should be a transform because we're actually following a transform, not really a game object. So, yeah, just small details, but you know. You discover things. So, we're going to use the rotation of the transform, world pivot. Actually, I could maybe use the camera rotation as well. Teleport trail object. So we're going to create this object. So now the object is going to be at the center of that cube, because here we're going to call this function with transform.position as well as reception.transform.position. So we're going to have these two effects. It's going to start at the center of the first teleport cube, and we want it to reach another one. So we're going to need a coroutine, or we're going to need a behavior, like a mono behavior on the teleport trail, which is probably what I'm going to do. So I'm going to create a, probably a move to component. I'm trying to keep this very generic. Like, we could use a teleport behavior, but a move to component would probably make more sense. Expect symbol. Sorry. Yeah, save your stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to cast it, otherwise Unity is not happy. So now we have view, we clean all that stuff. So either I could do this. I'm wondering if I should use vector 3 of transforms, like move to. Yeah, it would be follow actually. We don't really need the from. So move to is gonna make more sense like that. So target position, we're gonna have transform dot position is equal to I think there is a damping function, but for some reason Unity is not happy and doesn't want me to actually access. Okay, I'm gonna have to restart this editor. Smooth stamp. Or we could simply use. No, we're not gonna use smooth. Smooth stamp. How does this function actually work? I mean, I know it's never gonna overshoot. Oops. I mean, I know what it does. I'm not entirely sure about the actual curve that the speed is gonna have. Gradually change the vector towards desired goal over time. Sector is moved by some trim temper, which will never overshoot. Most commonly used for yeah. Basically, it's gonna be slower and then faster. What I was hoping something that would go, yeah. Well, actually, smooth damp is fine. Yeah, we're gonna use smooth damp. That means we're gonna have to have a vector 3 velocity object. That means member, property, whatever. The current is going to be transformed at position to target position. And here's why we need the velocity and smooth time. So, what exactly is smooth time? Yeah, so smooth time is going to be one more public here. Alright, so we're going to do this. So we're going to get the move to component. And we're going to say the target position to the trail effect to move to component dot duration is going to be the teleport duration, and we're good. So here we're going to have move duration, smooth time, should I actually update the smooth time or max speed? I don't know what the max speed is, but I'm probably never going to set one. And delta times default time.delta time is fine. So transform that position. This is going to be extremely simple, really. Then we're going to have the move to component here. We're not going to change any of these. And we're going to hit apply. We're going to just delete you. Actually, we're going to keep you here. No, you can't. You don't really know how to do this. Well, actually, I could do it. Let's say it takes you a whole second, and your target position is going to be this one. (8.23) and -1 will be 0. Okay, so copy this 8.23. 23, and we're good here. So 6.23, 23.53. I think we're good in position. Okay, So now when we launch this, we should have the effect taking a whole second to move there. That's a whole lot more than 1 second. So I need to update this. Wait. There we go. And that was a much... Oh yes, my bad. There we go. Yeah, that was a second. Okay, now what do it look like at this rate, at its speed? I'm probably gonna have to pause you here. Well, that's interesting. It doesn't follow the straight curve. Or does it? I can actually go here. I think it's fine. I'm gonna give you a longer time, maybe 5 seconds so I can see. Oh, it does, okay. My bad. Just felt like it did not. That's cool. We're gonna keep a small time. So here's basically what it should look like. So when we're going to take the teleporter, we should instantly teleport. And after that, we should have the small purple tray behind us. There we go. So now I'm gonna have to change a couple of things. One thing actually. I can have a much lower time duration. So that's done. What's gonna happen now is we're gonna have to use you can use a coroutine or something. Let's see. Thank you for the follow, MKLG. Sorry, did not know that. For some reason I don't get the notifications. They should make noise, I'm pretty sure, but yeah. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate. So this is going to be coroutine, and it's going to be teleport 2. We're going to have the target positions, that's all that matters. And it's basically going to be this. And this is going to be the start coroutine. And the only thing we're going to add here is a yield return new wait 4 seconds, and here's duration. So basically what that does, basically everything in Unity is running in one thread, and coroutine kind of emulates threads. It's kind of a thread, but it's still running the main thread. So it allows to run code that doesn't really without having to do it into update. Like I could manually check the time into the update and teleport if I need to, but that would make the update function very long and very complicated. Salut Kinksy. So I'm using coroutine here, so I can simply like yield return. Normally yield is used to enumerator used for like how could I show this? Let's say you have an array, and you want a function which say get next element, okay? Which doesn't take any parameters and return an int. So you can have int lm equals this. And basically you want one function to give you the other element every time. With an enumerator you're going to be able to do this. by having a function like that, basically. So you're basically gonna do a while loop or for loop, and da da da, and you're basically gonna be iterating over that array, let's call it, and you're gonna return this. And what that's gonna do is basically this is gonna loop, and every time it hits an array element, it's gonna return, but the context of the function is gonna be kept. So next time you're gonna call the function, all this stuff is still gonna be existing. Like the program is gonna remember where was the cursor, at what instruction the cursor was at. So it's gonna remember it was here. So it's gonna loop again here. It's gonna go to the next line, for increment, returns the next element, etc, etc. So this is how you normally use enumerators. However, in Unity, you can also use them to return like wait for seconds or wait for end of frame. So that way you can have some very simple timers, and that's what I'm going to do here. So normally I should have a small delay. Yeah, I do. What's going to happen next is that we are going to move the player to behind the camera, so we're making sure he is not being visible. And for that, we're going to take the forward vector of the camera, so basically the vector the camera is looking at, and we're going to use it in the other side. We're going to basically invert it, so we're going to go behind the camera, no matter where the camera is looking at. And we're simply going to do this so we're sure the player is out of reach. Also, is this the camera follow? I'm not sure I have the camera follow here. No, I don't. Would probably make sense to maybe use the same teleport to or something like that, but I think it doesn't really matter here. We're gonna change into a component. Come on. Yeah, I think here the mono behavior is kind of lost. Okay, my bad. We're gonna change the target. I know that sometimes the mono behavior is getting lost, like you're going too fast and he hasn't finished parsing everything. So you can't access stuff that are in this, for instance. If you type transform, it's only gonna give you this transform, which is the class name, not the member. So the target is gonna be... Oh, that's right. That's not gonna happen here. Yeah. So the thing is, we're gonna get rid of you because it doesn't really make sense that we can in this we need to give a target, and that target is gonna be that object. It's gonna be the teleport to trail object. That work? I think you're a game object. Yeah, sadly. Yeah, we're gonna give this object as a target, and we're gonna need to do this after we instantiated the effect. So yeah, so much for the teleport to function. That's a bit generic. So much for it. So now what should happen? We're gonna create a trail, and then we're gonna move the object behind the camera. We're also gonna change the follow target of the camera. And once that's done, we're going to do exactly the same here, except it's going to be this. It's going to be game object. There we go. So we give back the focus to the player object. So let's see how that works. Oh. Oh, that's right. We're going out of the kill box. Basically, there is this death box. So if I launch a game, you should see it's being created dynamically. And the issue is we're actually going behind the camera, which is very near to the death box, and multiply by 10. So we're basically here, which is far behind the death box. So what would that? I have no idea. So basically that's an issue. That was a funny death though. So what I'm gonna do is not change the death box because I want the death box to be like that. I'm simply gonna move the object slightly behind the camera, like a bit left further. It's not really a good solution either. I really want to avoid having to modify the death box because we had some ideas to extend the game, and we want that class to be flexible. But I think I'm gonna have to specify public bool underscore no, not m nor z axis, and in that case basically okay, how does this work? Well, that's right, here we're just checking if we can. Oh, okay, that's cool, because we already have some exceptions here. Basically, let's take the death box again. Let's have a look at it. And let's say the death box is quite low like this for some reason. We don't want the player to be killed by the up. So you can see I could do that, the player doesn't die. However, we want him to die from the other directions. This one, oh, he doesn't die neither. Don't really know why. He should die. Oh yeah, that's right. I think that's because the box collider doesn't really matter. I think I have to move you around. No, still not? Okay. Basically, that's how it should work. We should be able to go on top of the cube, like going out of the cube. So what I need to do is simply to reproduce this behavior and to allow move around the z and y axis. Z axis. But normally we should be dying when I do this. Okay, I can still move you around if I want to. I can move as high as I want. You can see the camera is not going to follow because it's going to be blocked. But if I go too much on the left, or yeah, on the bottom, it's going to kill us. On the left, it's fine. So yeah, it's just checking the current axis, the current bottom axis. So I just need to do the same for the axis. How do I do this? So we're looking at the gravity here. Okay, so that means I can actually move, from what I can read here, I should be able to move that way as far as I want to, yes, but that way, oh, I can still. Okay, so now I'm a bit puzzled. Oh, we're actually moving you. But yeah, you're not dying. And here you're dying. Okay, what happened? Looks like I was wrong. I can't move on the axis, negative z axis. So what must have happened is that we put the player at a bad position, maybe? Let's see, how does this look? Don't pay attention to the errors at the bottom, it's not really a problem, it's just that because we're launching the level directly, we don't have the save manager, which is fine. Okay, so where is he? he's here, and he should be fine. I just tested it, and we say it was fine. We're gonna test something quickly. We're gonna test plus here instead of a minus. And if that doesn't work, we're gonna test up. Okay, so that's fine. Like going further away is fine. Well, we're not going further, to be honest, but yeah, we're not dead here. We're gonna add a little 0 here. I won't see exactly what's happening. Like, this should kill us if we can't move anywhere in the z-axis, and that's the case. So I don't know why I didn't die when I made the tests, but clearly we're not supposed to go that way. Like, I should be able to go as far as I want here, but here I should die at some point. That's strange. I'm much further away from... And you probably fell under... Yeah, if I bring you back... Oh no, you're fine. So he did fail. That's interesting. That looks like a little bug. So what's gonna happen is that we're gonna move the sphere on top of the camera, like very far away for now, and this should work. There we go. No. Why are we dead? I'm curious. So we're gonna have a look at the death box again. So we're gonna print some error, some debug when the character is out of the game, out of the box, so we can test out. So here it should print it out and not kill me. Great. Here it should be the same. Great. Here it should kill me, but it doesn't for some reason. Oh, it's because I just took the gravity cube by mistake. There we go. Now it should kill me. Yeah, it does. Like instantly. That's cool. Now it's gonna do the same on the z-axis. Yeah, out of the box, and I died. Okay. So here it is. Something went wrong when I was testing this. I don't really know why. Looks like there's some small issues. But yeah, basically, if ignore the axis, we're simply gonna set this to 0, no matter what. And we're gonna test this again. We're also gonna keep the debug message because it looks like it somehow triggered the death. I don't know why. Ah, come on. I pressed Ctrl Z by mistake. Which means I can't go back to the code I had. There we go. So here, turning off the gravity, going up, we're fine, going left, we're fine, going too far in Z, we're fine, great. But if I ever go too far at the bottom, I die instantly. Awesome. So that's fixed. I think actually I did not trigger it. Okay, so that's interesting. That's interesting. It was false. So somehow I died, and I still have no idea how. That killed me last time. Just when I was at the edges. Somehow, at some point, I got killed here. Oh, it's diagonal. Got it. Okay, I got it. Hmm. So I'm gonna have to debug you out, because what should happen is we should scale using the normalized gravity vector, so that we ignore every element that are not directly following kind of the gravity vector. Let's see. Okay, why are you 0? And now you're 0.1. You're supposed to be normalized, are you? Oh no, it's relative position. Okay, got it. I'm gonna have to debug you as well. So let's see. No gravity. And if I move you here, so here we can see we have -1, which means we should completely ignore the x and z axis. We should only care about the y-axis. So basically if I move here, it doesn't matter, but as soon as I move here, and we get 0 point something else and 0.1, like 0.0001, it actually kills us. Which is not really good. And what I'm even more puzzled about is why. Okay, so that kills me going too far to the left. Okay, to the left, sorry. I was just about to say, I don't really understand how this worked so long. So going up is fine, going down is not fine. There is a bit of an issue here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna slightly change the reasoning here. So we're gonna have to check if it's below a plane, probably. Yeah, that would probably be the easiest issue. The easiest way to do this. Just want to make sure I have this function here, so I don't have to code it by myself. Same side. 0.1 and 0.2. Yeah, we're gonna use this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start this just to draw. What we're gonna have. Sorry. No, thanks. We're basically gonna have the cube here. We're gonna create a plane that's gonna be here. I can do it. Yeah, that should do it. And basically we're gonna check between, we're gonna have the plane which is gonna have this normal here and this coordinates, and we're gonna compare the sphere coordinates with the point that's gonna be here, probably like just here. If they're both on the same side, it's fine. If they're not on the same side, that means we have the sphere below, so we kill. The only thing is we have to change the position and the normal of the plane all the time. So when we rotate, we actually have, it's not really a cube in the end, it's more going to be like a curve. It's actually going to be a sphere like that. It's going to be a sphere of death. But that's what we're going to do. Just making sure everything is okay. It is great. So we're not gonna need, we are gonna need gravity actually, we are. But we're not gonna need relative position or something. Don't think it's gonna be useful. What we are gonna need is a plane. So the normal is gonna be the gravity. Well, it doesn't really matter, it can be just the gravity. And the point is gonna be basically, so the center of the collision, and logic level bounds that center. BC trigger. Okay, don't store it, okay. So we're gonna take U, this is gonna be the center, and the position is gonna be the center plus the actual extent. I can't remember, I think I have to divide the size by 2. Yeah, I probably have to. How are we gonna do this one? As positions can be the gravity times the scale of the box. We're gonna assume we're gonna assume the box has the same. No, we can't assume that. It's not right. The box is not. The size of the box is not the same all the time, so we can't really assume that. So we actually need to compute the actual distance between these two edges. So what I mean by this is we're not gonna have square all the time, we're gonna have more like this, we're gonna have rectangles most of the time. And what's gonna happen is that the plane's gonna be here, and the point's gonna be this one, but when we're gonna rotate the gravity, the point's gonna be this one, so the plane has to be here now. And in the meanwhile, between these two parts, we need to actually compute this curve and move the plane around. So let's see, we need to take the gravity, we have the center here, we have the gravity here, so we do have the direction. We only need the size, so we can't really take an axis randomly because this is going to be dynamic, especially this bit. So we're going to scale the size of the box. Yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to scale the size of the box using the gravity, so we're only going to get this vector. We can add it, and if the vector is like this, we're going to have this vector of the size. So we should have something like this. So that should do it. Because the offset is going to be the logic lower bounds dot size, and offset is going to be scale to. Can I actually do a vector3 dot scale? I can. That would make things faster. We're going to scale U by the normalized gravity. And now we should have the offset. It's normal, we've got the point. Awesome. So we have the gravity like this, and we have the normal, which is going to be like this. And we do have the size. I think I need to multiply this by half. Yeah, I think I have to do this. Because the size I think is this. I'm not entirely sure. We'll figure out very easily if it's twice too small or not. So, we've got the plane now. Now that we have the plane, I wonder if I can debug.draw plane. No. I can draw a line though. Yeah, I'm gonna draw a line. So I'm gonna take the plane dot. I can't get the. So just gonna pick here, to which I'm gonna add. Oh man, that's annoying even to debug. Because I'm gonna have to vector3.scale this. Not scale mode, no, just scale. And I need to do more math here again. This is really annoying. So I'm not gonna bother, I'm simply gonna draw a line that's gonna show, yeah, I'm simply gonna draw a line that's gonna show the normal from the point of the plane. That's gonna be faster and easier. Otherwise I have to compute the actual left and the right. Actually just one of them is enough, but I have to compute the left vector of the gravity, so I need to shuffle a bit with the vector and everything. Better just do this. Plus the normal. So we should be good. We're gonna turn this off for the moment, and we're gonna check if the reasoning is correct. So where are you? Where is the test box first? Okay, it should be here, but it's not. Here or between these two, but it is not. Probably need to make you bigger, maybe? I still can't see it. So drawing a line from the center. Do you have to add my own transforms to this, or are the center? I do have to add my transform to this. Sorry. So there we go. Reference to missing, yeah, I know, that's why I quit every time I reload the code. And still not working. What I really don't understand is that center of the collision box is correct, so center is here. Let's try to just keep the center of the collision box and the normalized gravity as well, and see what this looks like. It should be here. The vector should be hanging around here. I'm actually also going to turn off the duration. It's going to be 1 second, I don't care, and I want to turn off the depth test. That's what I was looking for. Just so it shows off even through objects. Just in case. And it's not here. Okay, let's do this even more gradually, shall we? We're first gonna show this at the coordinates of u. So the vector should be here, and it's not. Oh, haha. I'm dumb. In case you didn't saw what happened, basically I have to put the character in OB for that. So we're gonna fake that the character is always out of bounds. So that's the vector version. Okay. No reference, line 50. Character object. Yes. To be honest, I don't really care about this code as well. There we go. So that's good. Awesome. Great. Now we're gonna move around. And you work perfectly. Awesome. So we have the math nailed down. What I'm gonna do now is I'm actually gonna have to vec3. Actually, I could simply have I could simply check the size. As the side, the point is that I don't need to do anything else. I can just go here and take you plane that gets side, and sorry about that. It's a point on the positive side of the plane. So we want this to be true. Yeah, if this is true, then we're dead. Basically, yeah, that should do it. So now we should be able to move the character in every single direction we want, but the bottom. So we'll be all over the place unless we go under the plane. And we should also be able to move you on the z-axis as well, as far as you want. You can even move you down if you want. We just need you to don't go too low. And we should be dead now. Yeah, here. Awesome. Yeah. If I put you here and I show the death box, we are under it. Great. So it works even better, to be honest. It's working even better than it used to be working. It's a great thing this was spotted. So now we can use forward 10 and minus here. You don't have forward. Alright. So now we should have the effect we desire. And there we go. Hey, that's pretty cool, I think. And we also have the sphere coincidentally, I don't know how to do this, but how to say this, but yeah, since we move the object behind, oh, I forgot to turn off the gravity, but yeah, since we move the object behind and it's in the air, it's gonna be like, oh, I'm in the air. So as soon as it hits the ground again, it's gonna be, oh, I'm landed, great, which makes this animation where it's small and goes bigger. Like, it actually blends very well, I think. If we go slowly, we should have, the animation is going to be smooth but not the movement because we're using the mathematic VFX engine. You see, so we got this effect. So the movement is not smooth because you're using fixed update which runs slower than the actual update, but we have to do this because we're using the physics engine to move the object. Which is sad, really, which means that if we lower the timescale we also have to lower the physics engine, I think. Yeah, we need to make it run faster, so if we divide by 2 here, we need this to be twice bigger. Or smaller, sorry, we need this, so it actually looks smooth. And actually doesn't matter, does it? Hello, I'm the cool kid. I'm the cool kid 11. And oh, I haven't opened the alerts. 1 second. I need to open my Twitch alert. There we go. And event list, there we go. Sorry about that. And thank you for the follow, I'm the cool kid 11. I just wanted to make sure it was you, so I don't call out for a follow to someone else. I wish I could have the list like I used to have, but it's alright. So I'm not entirely sure how does the song request works in terms of copyrights. What I mean by that is since I'm working for my company and I'm not the only one working for it as well, I'm making sure I don't infringe copyrights. Like I could play Pandaloom or I don't know Feed Me for instance, which I really like, but I prefer not to. So I'm making sure I don't have any copyright takedown or anything. So I'm not entirely sure how the song request works regarding to copyrights, which is why it's not enabled. If you actually do, however, know how does that work and can clarify this to me, like, that would be great. I would do song request probably if I could make sure I don't get any problem. I won't be in any trouble for that. We don't delete the teleport trails. That's something bad. We need the trail to be deleted when you reach. Alright. Yeah, sure, I can play it. Just send me the link, I can play it. It's fine. I think you can yeah, you should be able to post links on Twitch on Twitch chat. I've disabled the bots to turn off the link. I mean, I've disabled the link block, so you should be alright. In any case, I will see the link even though Nightbots turn it off. So once we do this, we actually need to save the teleport trail object, or we need the object to delete itself at some point. It doesn't make sense that the move to component deletes itself. I can, however, maybe add a public boolean to this. And Knikar Jazz, thank you for the follow. Knikar Jazz? I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce your name, sorry. So we're gonna add a boolean here, that's gonna be delete on reach. And that's gonna be false by default. If vector3.distance between the transform, you see, that's what I was talking about. Transform with a capital. It's like the MonoDevelop did not realize that did not finish parsing or didn't try to. I'll have a look at your song in a moment. Just finishing this. If this is smaller than some delta, then just delete on reach. If delete on reach and distance is too small, we're gonna destroy game object. So we could destroy this, but that's a very common mistake if you have a look on the forums. Many people do this because they're like, okay, move2 is part of an object, so I just delete this. But what that does is actually just delete the component, but the object still exists. And I believe I've seen some games which actually do destroy this and have memory leaks because they don't destroy the game object itself. Not high budget, of course, small projects, some indie projects. Some of them destroy just the component, keep the object. And you can quickly find this out when you're like, when the game uses megabytes or gigabytes of memory, while the game is very small and simple. So let's have a look at the link. I may have to tweak this as well. No, that's correct. It's not at the App Store yet, that's why it says soon here. But it's gonna be free on App Store and it's free anyway. For now, you can only have it for Android. So you made the song, or did you play it? You just played it. Yeah, you played the song on the piano. So is this like Matsubara Remix Terminator 5? Okay, so that's the song. So you basically did you make the software for that? I was just about to say I know I don't see why Terminator is being suggested as I play the song. And I was also about to say, man, that's awesome. Where did you find all these ideas for the music? Alright. It actually sounds very nice. I don't really know how you say this word, so tuning. Yeah, the chords, maybe. The harmony is cool. Yeah, this now this turns to dubstep though. Almost sounds like some dubstep. So back to the code as well at the same time. It's a cool cover. I just think the is beats out of the song, but the rest is very cool. To be honest, I don't remember the original song, but I know this one sounds cool. I don't know how close it is to the original one, and maybe the I think it's this part. Yeah, it's this part. I'm not a music pro by the way. Just saying, I'm not a pro in music, but just giving my thought. I think this is alright, but the moment when you have some different rhythms, it's over there. There we go. No, that's still cool. This one. Yeah, this one. I don't know. I feel like it's a bit out of the theme of the music, but it's just my my thought though. It's a cool cover though. So we destroy the object correctly. We do have the. No, we don't destroy the object correctly. So this is not being deleted because I did not toggle delete on reach. My bad. It's in the song, but thanks for the comment. Alright, that's why I said I don't know the original. I suspect it is. But yeah, it's just that the piano sounds so peaceful and everything. I mean, it's not really peaceful, but it sounds harmonic. And this part is just like, it sounds like electro. So it kind of breaks the I don't know, it kind of breaks it, I think. Still trying to access it. Where? Follow camera, okay. There we go. if you want the link to the game, it just popped out now, but in case you can also request a link on them, and I should put this in title as well. I always forget. Like having to handle Twitch as well as live coding as well as Watch Me Work. Where is it? Like 3 different chats. It's like it's kind of tough because they all have the different way of working. I'm doing a bot which actually works in that's multi-chat made by Restream. I'm making a bot which actually catch everything. It would probably help to have one comment for every chat, but yeah, still a bit hard to remember. Okay, I put this here. Okay, I need to name my Twitch channel with the hashtag. I need to name my Watch Me Work with no hashtag, and everything is like different naming conventions everywhere. So this should work. The issue we have is that Follow Camera complained about the fact that he can't find the targets that we gave him, which is because he moved to reach the target a bit too early. So we could do two things. The disgusting way of doing it would be to do this, like the dirty way, sorry. It took almost a month because the song, like the part where there's beat, it's a really long time kids no sound, but there's another. If you go to my channel, there is a song called Warrior by Imagine Dragons. I'll have a look after the stream if you don't mind, I'm the cool kid. Or if I finish my work by before the end of the stream. Before the end of the stream, if I'm done with the 2 tasks I want to do, I'll sure have a look, I'll sure head to your channel in stream. If you don't mind, of course. This would be the dirty way of doing it, because it would require, like, it's a fixed amount of time. And the issue with this is, like, let's say the game just freezes a moment before this. We're gonna have the same problem. It's not supposed to happen anyway, and if it happens, it's not gonna hurt. Like, I could leave it at here. Like, if I do this and hide the errors, you would probably not notice the issue with the camera, right? You don't see anything, there's no problem. It's fine. However, okay, I have to leave in about an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, I finished the stream by 6 p.m. here on this clock, which is 18. At 18, but I mean, if I like the channel, I'll make sure to subscribe though. So yeah, if I hide the error, it's very unlikely that you see anything in the camera. Like, it's not gonna be jerking around or something. It's gonna be shaking. It's fine. I mean, I can't see anything. Maybe you can see something. No, I really can't see anything. Can't see anything really. So it doesn't hurt leaving this. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I do this or not. It would just get rid of the error most of the time. But if I can have a clean fix, that would be great as well. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this though. I'm definitely not gonna spend too much time on this. Okay. That's cool then. How long have you been doing piano? I'm curious. Routine. So one clean way to do this would be to have the actual object deleting the trail effect, or to have a callback on when the camera actually follows you and stop following you. That could be nice. That could be nice. Yeah, I could do it, to be honest. Oh no, I couldn't, because target is going to be set as well it's going to be set by the inspector as well. So what I wanted to do is to do something like that, like a getter and setter. And basically on the set, I would just call an event on the previous target, assign the new target, and call an event on the new target. Except that when you do this, Unity doesn't parse this and considers this as not serializable. Which is a bit silly because it should be serializable, in my opinion. Because it would really help. You could actually improve the editor without even having to create an editor script. But it doesn't work. Actually, in this version, maybe it's not the case anymore. Maybe they implemented this. It's possible to have the get set being parsed and shown, but I have to do my own editor. Like I have to do to extend the editor class and add my own inspector. Sorry. I just can't really be bothered just to add a one get set. It's like so useless. So it's gonna be hard to have an event that triggers automatically. I think I'm gonna go for the dirty solution and mark it as dirty. We're gonna have a 4-second delay, so we're sure it's never gonna trigger, or almost. You should make a point system, so like a mini game that the viewers could play to earn song or use point for song request. You actually make me think about something. Maybe I could give points to people who test the game. So that would be great and great way to make people test the game. Actually, that's a great suggestion. I'm the cool kid. Thank you very much. I was actually thinking about having a Dropbox where we can find an APK so people can play with it. Like every time I'm making a build here, or when I feel like the build is being testable, I just push it on the Dropbox so people can play with it. But that would even be better. I'm still thinking about. Thing is, if I do this, it's only gonna be for the Twitch viewers. And the issue with the Twitch viewers is that you have 30-second delay. Same for the YouTube viewers. If you watch me on live coding, you have like 5-second delay. If you watch me watch me work, it's YouTube, so same problem. But yeah, basically for the live coding people, which is actually my biggest source of viewers at the moment. It's actually a bit unfair for them because they won't be able to have the points and do this kind of stuff. Even they probably don't care about the points, but I don't really like having, like, okay, so I have to watch you on Twitch as well as on live coding. So if I want to talk, I have to go on live coding. If I want to play, I have to go on Twitch and this kind of stuff. If I can have my bot working on every stream, that would be great. So I will have I will have comments for everybody. And it's based on this, on what you're actually seeing here, because this is a web page. The chat here. It's a web page, so I can just add this JavaScript and handle the comments here directly. It's pretty easy to set up. It's not easy to set up because it's annoying because of the way the chat is made, but it's pretty easy to make it work. Anyway, that should fix the bug. Back to the programming. And the only thing we're missing is graphics now. because this purple trail is it's not like it's really a problem. Maybe you should be inside the cube, to be honest. Yeah, I think this one should be inside the cube. Would probably be better. Move to camera. I need to find the reference to this. Minus vector 3 dot forward, where we can actually use back here. There we go. Should be at the center of the cube. It's hard-coded and it's not very clean, but it's alright. The cubes are all made the same way, which is their origin is here all the time, except for this one, because this one is annoying. But for the others, it's always here, so having -1 here, it's actually minus 0.5. Or maybe not. -1, 0. No, it was 1. Okay. So that should do the trick, and we should have the effect inside the teleporter. Or maybe not. I guess. Weird. What? Oh, that's right. We're using. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, the choice of axis in this game is a bit. It's a bit strange. We're watching everything from the back. It's not very logical, but yeah. I'm streaming on the YouTube gaming app. I don't think so. I've seen some stuff about this. Right now I'm just having the YouTube live. I should actually open my YouTube chat here as well, just in case. But yeah, I'm streaming only on the YouTube live, because that way I can stream on Watch Me Work. So Watch Me Work is basically like live coding, but a bit wider. It's also work as a collaborative working space, so people can live comment and talk to others. It's more like if you want to, it's basically like live coding, but also for graphics. You have every kind of stuff. But yeah, I stream on YouTube mainly for that. I don't think I would bother streaming on YouTube if I weren't watching using Watch Me Work. And I could also use Hangouts, but because I have scenes and everything, it's easier to just stream through YouTube using Restream.io. But yeah, I'm not gonna say I don't care about YouTube because it's not right, but YouTube is like, I probably have 1 viewer for 10 viewers on Twitch and 10 viewers on live coding. Which makes sense because I don't really advertise my YouTube channel anyway. Because I don't feel like YouTube is a good tool to stream live. The only thing I like about it is that you can change resolution. That's probably the only thing I like about it. But yeah, having to handle Twitch and live coding and Watch Me Work is already a lot of time, and having to handle YouTube as well is even more time, so yeah. Sorry about that if you watch me on YouTube though. I can understand if you have a low connection or something, it's probably gonna be your the easiest way for you to watch me though. So it's kind of a Discord chat. Yeah, the application here that's not mine. It's the application in the upper right corner of the screen. It's multi-chat made by Restream.io. It's very well made. It's very flexible and everything. You can export stuff as images. You can export them as web server as well. You can run a web server, which is what you see here. Yeah, Restream chat. You can see this is a web server. I just access this, and I have my chat. I can also use it to enter. Even though it's a bit limited because I can't enter on specific channel, like on specific streaming media, sorry. I can do it here though, on my screen. But it's very cool. And also there's a small bug. There's a small bug here in the messages. For some reason, these ones have a problem in the printing. No, not time. It's I. Yeah. Yeah, because of the filter of the drop shadow, it actually removes the image, but they'll probably fix this one of these days. I could fill a report for that. It doesn't really matter, it doesn't really bother me to be honest, but yeah. Anyway, back to coding. So, we should have the effect inside now. There we go, it's inside. We can clearly see the difference now. It's really inside. Yeah, we can clearly see it's inside. How much longer do you have until you end the stream? 2 hours. I might end it a bit earlier or a bit later, depending on the work I have left. Like if I know I have to work for another 1 hour and a half, I'm gonna stop it before the end of the stream. Like let's say I have 30 minutes left and I need to work for 1 hour and a half to finish what I'm doing. I'm just gonna end the stream there. I'm not gonna start working on something. If I know I'm just gonna be 30 minutes after the stream, I'll keep streaming. It's basically what I'm doing. Alright. So for the effect, I wanted to use some bubbles there for testing, but not entirely sure. I could use some kind of dust effect, so it looks like it looks like particles of atoms, something like that. I can make the texture seamless, but I'm just typing seamless, so it actually gives me better quality texture, because most of the time when you use seamless textures, it's for games. Man, I really wish I knew how to produce these broken effects. Like these effects, these particles effects. They're gorgeous, man. I have no idea how they do this. I really have no idea. Maybe I could just go back to the bubble effects, as I had some cool results in black and white. We're gonna use black and white colors. Maybe you can have fun with these. Oh, that's cool. It's gonna be, of course, this is just gonna be temporal graphics. Maybe it's a mini game viewer could play it every minute. Maybe the main game could be slots. I don't know. It's probably just gonna be test the game and give feedback. I think it's gonna be as simple as that. I don't think it's worth actually spending more time on this. Because if people just want some tokens, okay, I need to pay for that. I just want some graphics, very quick, so I can see what it looks like before starting to make my own graphics. Because I'm not a graphic designer. I'm not an artist or anything. So yeah, it's rather. I don't always see. I could just use noise though. Yeah, I'm gonna use noise. I kinda like to use something that already exists first. It makes things easier. Like using some kind of noise texture, and then I'm like, okay, so I can use my own texture, and I can then use my, I don't know, extend it. Okay, I wish I didn't end up on a website that sells me the textures all the time. Oh, I can just do this, awesome. I'm not gonna sell it anyway, so just noise texture. I don't even know how you can say this is your noise texture. It's noise. Like if at least you have something funny, like you have a mini, I don't know, you have Mickey here, Mickey the mouse. Mickey, is it Mickey in English? I don't know. If you have some funny face maybe popping out while using some random noise, I understand you would say that's mine, but why would you even post this and be like, okay, I'm selling the noise? No, I'm not even gonna bother with you. GameDev.net, thank you. See, Perlin noise. Why would you say, hey, that's mine? It's not yours. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother with this one. I don't even want to talk about this kind of people. It's just noise. Like, I could take this and make exactly the same as this, really. Like, it's pure noise. It just clamped a bit, so it basically used the lower values as a bit higher, are a bit higher. I could probably achieve the same effect by using the contrast. There we go. Oh my god, I can sell this. See, not even gonna talk about this. Let's see. I'm gonna make sure this is seamless. I don't really like this, so I'm gonna have to edit it a bit. Okay, just messing around a bit. And there we go. So we do have a line here. Okay, I need to work a bit more on these. I'm basically trying to break the lines because you can clearly see some lines at some points. Since it's noise, it's very, very fast. That's also why I'm saying, hey, you can't sell that. It's noise, so it's random. So you don't care about the look in the end. It's really noise. And we still have lines. That's alright, I guess. I think this is way too strong. Like the way it actually makes lines, you can see clear lines here and there. It's very, very obvious. Could maybe move the texture around like that, break it. Yeah, there's a clear line. Don't really know how to deal with this. I don't want time to spend more time about it. Here, you're the right one. Okay, textures, we're gonna have noise. So I'm just gonna use noise, and I'm gonna make the noise move a little bit, like tiling a little bit. So here is my noise texture. What's your size? Your actual size? Okay, great. It finds the right size. Awesome. I'm gonna change this. I'm also gonna apply. Okay. So advanced. I'm gonna have to change the compression a little bit. It's automatic compression, and here is RGB compressed. DXT1, I guess. I think DXT1 is way too aggressive. No, it's DXT1. Okay, good. So now I should be able to have a material, which is going to be m underscore teleport trail. I don't remember why I don't use this particle, mobile particle. I'm pretty sure, I think I actually know why, but I won't make sure. Yeah, that's why. It's way too bright, way too bright. Because okay, that's right. Because I can't tune the actual power, the actual strength of the effect. So if I want to have some effects, or if I want to do breathing like this, I can do it. But hue, however, I can use a mobile particle, I don't care. Oops. Oh, and I already had noise. That's alright, this one bigger. We are gonna have to see you apply somewhere quickly. Alright. Let's, oh, forgot to assign it to the teleport effect, which is over there. Let's see what this looks like, just out of curiosity. I need to add more stuff, but... well, that's already quite interesting. Man, it looks cool out of the box, really. Is that really? Nah, can't be it. I mean, it looks like we're doing a Naruto teleportation style. So one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off. Sorry, not turn off. I'm gonna turn to black as alpha, and I'm also gonna take circle here. I'm gonna reduce the size by, I don't know, 60 pixel or not. Alright. GIMP not being happy. It should be good enough. And there we go. So we are good. Why can't I select it? What the hell? And where's the other window? It's here. Did not show you. Do you want to talk about? Yeah, about what? Why can't I select anything? What the? Okay, that's weird. I'm gonna close you and restart you because I don't know what's happening. I can't select. Oh, what do you want to talk about? Sorry, I thought, do you want to talk about? I thought you were like, do you want to talk about it? I don't know really. Whatever you want. You can even talk with other people if you want. It's really open bar. There we go. That works. Really, do whatever you want. If you don't want to talk, it's fine. Really. Like, if you have questions or if you have suggestions, if you think I'm doing something wrong, let me know. Really, it's do whatever you want. There's no real rule. That's a bit too much. I'm gonna reduce this by 16 pixels and I'm gonna stuff them. Then invert, delete, and there we go. It's a bit too rough. Reduce, soften. How much soft is it? Not enough. Oh, that's being soft. Alright. I'm gonna rename this to circle nodes or something. But for now, I'm gonna keep it like this and see what this looks like. It looks absolutely not what I was expecting. Oh, because I said to ignore the RGBA, to ignore the A, sorry. So using this. Why is it 12 pixel width? Wait, what the hell is that? Why are you so small? No. Okay, there is something wrong here. There is something really wrong. Why are you 12 pixel width? Okay, I got really scared for a moment. Okay, that's much better. Okay. It looks like a bullet now. Let's see. What does people actually think about when they talk about teleportation trail? Yeah, some light effects. That's more like what I had in mind. But that's cool effects. But that's the teleportation when we disappear. I could add this as well. Wouldn't hurt. Yeah, just some trails and bubbles in the middle. That's actually kind of the effect we had originally. So what I could do is go back to this. No, I can't, so I'm gonna have to do this. Add dark background. Alright, I'm the cool kid, no problem. I'm gonna blend these two together. I'm gonna increase the contrast. Okay, just making sure. Is this tileable? What do you do if I do this? Nothing. Awesome. Okay, now that's tileable. We're gonna take this and we're gonna add some strides. Yeah, gonna add you. I need to copy you first. Blend. Increase the contrast. This. Then create a new one here. Stretch you apart. So on the height. I forgot to remove the dark. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to create one more here. Just so I can achieve the effect I'm looking for. Again, this is not one I'm the best at, I would say. 1 second. We blended these together. Contrast, high contrast, and high luminosity as well, so you can have more trails. And remove the dark. And now you're way too bright. Hey, you know what? When I'm doing this, I need to pop this out. If my computer could work again, that would be great. Money bag. That's not what I wanted to show. There we go. I'm really thinking about adding a shortcut on my OBS to show this out so people knows when I'm doing some experimental stuff. So it's embedded inside the actual streaming. If I ever can show it. Really. Man, this is slow. If I would have opened this one by hand, it would have been much faster. I can just do this and go into pictures. Alright. There you go. Why this one doesn't work, I have no idea. But yeah, I should put this in stream when I'm doing this kind of stuff. So people are aware of what kind of streams they're watching. Plus it makes good advertisement for the thumbnails. I really like this dog. He looks cute. So okay, maybe I went the wrong side. So what I mean by this is, let's duplicate you, do this. Basically this texture is going to be stretched, so what I want is this one to be non-stretched. So I take you, I scale you, and the height, which is actually going to be smaller, so you can actually compensate. And also removes dark. Same for you. Okay, I need to make you teal around. I don't know how you do this. That's almost what I wanted. Oh, because they were linked. Awesome, that works. I wasn't expecting it to work, to be honest. Let's move you. There we go. And we should maybe have the effect we're looking for. Maybe. Okay. So it's basically all white. Alright, we're gonna try this out and see how it looks in game. Alright, cook it. No problem. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Probably what would it looks like if I change the texture for this? Yeah, not really good. You can see it's hitting very easily, and only this. I guess this looks alright. Let's slow the time down a bit. Right, so I'm gonna add the effect on spawn, and that should be it. We should be good. And the effect is basically gonna be just this, basically some kind of sphere with a little trail in the middle. That's pretty cool. Yeah, not really what I had in mind. Basically a circle with a trail. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do this though, on the graphic side. And after that, that's neat. I wish, oh, that's right, we could do this. We could actually do this effect with a mask. That's probably gonna take a long time though. I mean, longer time. We could do this with an effect. That would also require to set the sphere as a transparent material, which is not great. However, we can always spawn the sphere later on and have a sphere which is transparent and which is going to be disappearing like that. It starts to get quite complex, to be honest. Not sure it's worth going further. Like, what they look like in game. I don't know, it really looks like Naruto. I think I'm gonna reopen you, and it's gonna be much simpler. I'm gonna get rid of you. I'm gonna create a sphere, and that's what it's gonna be about. It's just gonna be a sphere, I think. Well, to be honest, we already have an asset for that, I think. We do. Teleport trail. Default particle. Yeah, that looks much cooler, I think. Yeah, I think it looks just much cooler. Maybe a bit more dense would be cool. I'm gonna be late for school if I don't get going fast. No problem, don't get late for school. It's not a good thing. Let's see, we're gonna add some softness. Now we're gonna do this. Is this going out as well? Yeah, it is. Okay. So I need to reduce by 32 pixels and do this again. Maybe even more. And add even more of these. So we're gonna export this as noise, but this is not gonna be called noise anymore. Oops. Jesus, he looks terrible. What happened? What's this? We could actually maybe add this. So we're gonna reduce your size again by a whole lot. And we're gonna take the blue that we use here for the sphere. This is blue. And we're gonna put it here. Let's see what it looks like. It's not really visible. It actually looks like it's a background. Hey Chris, it's going fine. Just adding some effects here and there to make it look a bit cooler, I say. Yeah, not entirely sure about which one looks the best, to be honest. I have to create something to store this. The transport function is cool, thank you. I'm actually gonna scale this like that, so I can read you. And this is probably gonna be the same name for this one. And we're gonna have another effect. Not sure it's actually needed, to be honest. Also, not sure about the effects position anymore. I'm gonna try with this is the target position. And this is the collider position. So this one should be fine. The other one though, yeah, the other one should be fine as well. What am I doing? Oh, let's see how it looks. So instead of going from the cube to the other cube, it's gonna go from our position to where we're going, like this. Just a small touch, but... Oops. Good job, me. I wanted to teleport on the side here. Do you design the graphics as well? We don't have any artists, so we design it as much as we can. So I've done some image photoshopping before, so I can try to handle some bits. But yeah, since we don't have any artists, we have to do everything by ourselves. So as well, when I'm doing the graphics, I like to pop this out as well, so people know what they're looking at. I'm thinking about adding an effect here when you spawn out and spawn in, but I'm not sure it's needed. I think it would make the game look much better. We are simply going to take exactly the same effect. Damn YouTube latency, really. It's a bit harder to make jokes. If you want to contribute to the Exquisite Corpse, you can see 3K working on it. What's the Exquisite Corpse? Oops. Okay. Are you talking about the website? Exquisite Corpse, or is it? Oh, is it the community project? Okay. So there we go. Trying to set stuff up. Future Gate working on it now. Okay, I got it. I'll have a look. As this last week has been very heavy, so I really didn't had any time for doing anything else than the regular streaming. I'll definitely have a look. I really don't trust myself contributing positively to the project in terms of actually the quality, sorry. But yeah, I can still have a look. Maybe I'll find something interesting to add. This room is going to be open, so please. Alright. Alright. You did ask me this, but it's alright. No, I don't, and we don't have the Instagram or Tumblr. I saw your mail as well. No worry though. No worry. So we get the trails. This effect is gonna be what's happening before and after teleportation. I think we're just gonna go teleport effect. It's gonna be pretty simple. We're gonna erase this. This is gonna be the mobile particle additive effect with the same effect of the teleport blur. Should make a note about whether or not you ask me about this, if you want. There we go, smaller. You don't have the right height. That's better. Okay. And it's basically gonna be here, and it's basically gonna be doing this. And when you're gonna spawn, you're gonna do you. Yeah, that's basically what's gonna happen. We're just gonna scale this from 0 to 1 to 0. Very fast using a curve. So it's gonna be teleport effect. Because I have no creative names for this in English. I do have some in French, but I'm not sure it's gonna suit anyway. We're gonna slightly change U because this is gonna be the effects and we want an object on top. And the reason we want an object on top is so that we can paste. Is so that we can actually use here a 1:1 scale and actually scale this one. This one has a scale of 2 because cubes have scale of 2, and this one inside has a scale of 1, so that way you can just move this around and it's normalized, if you see what I mean. We're going to scale it between 0 and 1. We are going to have this teleport effect here. This is going to be the I don't know, graphic. This is going to replace the teleport effect. And we're going to add a script. So create folder. Alright Chris, no problem. See you later. We're going to call this effects, and in effect we're going to have a materials folders because we have quite a lot of different scripts for that already. We have the glow material, we have the texture panner. I think we have another one, but I can't find it. Maybe not. Material replacer. There we go. I knew we had at least 3 scripts for that. There we go, and we're gonna add a fourth one, so let's just create a folder already because this is already a bit messy. Like, I often get lost We could have cubes behaviors. That would be pretty cool because we have a lot of behavior. But I'm not gonna do it because I think some of my teammates are working in behaviors as well. And if I edit this, it's probably gonna be a mess for them. One second. Alright, so we're gonna add a script in this, which is gonna be... How can we call this? It's basically gonna be shrinking out and in. Like shrink material. It's gonna use a curve. It's gonna be scale. And we also have a time as well as a loop, which is gonna be true by default, but it's gonna be turned off this here. Actually, it could be false by default, to be honest. So the scale, we're gonna take u, and we're gonna create a point here. It's gonna be 0.5 and 0. And actually it's gonna be the opposite. It's gonna be 0. This is gonna be 1, and this is gonna be 0. I'm gonna do u. And this is a bit too constant in my opinion. So maybe I should... Oh, I can't move you closer? Damn, that's sad. I wish I could make the transform like this a bit closer. Maybe not flat. No. Not free smooth. No. I don't know. One thing I could do is simply to put one here. But I just wanted to avoid this. So we can just do this and have an auto. Having a broken maybe. So we have this here. Well, actually we're simply gonna have this. It's gonna be as simple as this. There we go. There we go. Oh, I could just say flat. Cool. So we have a stronger popping in and out. Alright, duration is going to be 0.2 seconds, I think. Which is going to be rather fast. Actually, it could even be 0.1, but I think that's going to be a bit too fast, to be honest. We'll see. And we're also going to need a reference on the material. How do I handle this here? So we're gonna have to give the material instance here, not the material. So normally, like for the breathing, this cube, they breathe. That's what I meant by for the breathing. If you look at them, it's slowly breathing. You can probably see it more like here. So they glow basically. Yeah, here you can see it more. So for this, every single cube that shares material are synchronized together, which is fine. We don't want to have different breathing at the same time. It's not a big problem. However, here we're gonna have two of these, and if the effect of this is half a second, and I take a quarter of a second to move between these two teleporters, then that's a bit worrying, because if I give the material itself, this is basically going to do the shrinking, so it's going to be invisible, then bigger, then invisible, and before the end of the animation, this one is going to pop here as well, and it's going to do the same thing, and this one is going to be synchronized with this, so it's going to be like, again, 0, big 0, which is going to look very strange. Basically it's going to do something like floof, floof, and before it reaches the end, it's going to straight up jump to floof, 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 like this. Very strange. So, yeah. I'm gonna have to give the material instance for this case, this specific case. Public, no, protected, void, update. We're probably gonna keep an intern counter for the time. And material. Actually, it's gonna be shrink transform, which is much better. Yeah, no need to actually give material stuff like that. This is gonna be shrink transform. We're gonna rename it. It's not really about materials. More like this. It is used for materials, but transform target and transform.scale. Oh yeah, that's right, I can only change the local scale. Is equal to vector. We're actually gonna keep the scale, the original scale, for a good reason. It's that if we have an object which has a 1, 2, 1 scale, for instance, like 1x, 2y, and 1z, we want to follow that ratio, want to keep that ratio. So it's going to be equal to target dot local scale. Jesus, I can't type. Dot normalized. So that way we just need to do this, multiply by the result of this, the curve, at the time and underscore time. And there we go. So that's alright. Now if time is bigger than duration, so either we loop, and if we do loop we want time to be equal to 0 again. If we want time to minus equal duration, that's a little, it's not really a trick, it's more mathematic, so that way I'll make sure that it's basically going to do 0 if I have exactly the duration. Like if duration is 1 second and the effect triggers, like we reach this exactly a second, time is going to be time minus 1 second because that's duration, so it's going to be 0. And if we actually want to be too far, it's going to be well, minus a bit too far. That way we make sure that if we have something that needs to be synchronized with this, it's always be synchronized. If I do this with time, I can have the effects, if it's in loop, which can slightly drift away, because I'm never going to be able to always be at duration time. Like I'll always be a bit too far after duration, so that way I'll make sure I always have the right timing. Else we want m_time to be equal to duration. So we're gonna add one more and not looping. Just want to return. And we're good. Just gonna get rid of useless nested if. So there we go. Actually no, because we want this and we want the local scale to be equal to this. Or even better, this dot, what is it? Time duration? There's something about this, I think. No? Okay. Well, I got confused apparently. Okay, we're gonna do this. As we do you. Or I could do this and then do this. No need for else. I'm just trying to have the code which is relatively small, so we avoid having if where we can. The only thing I don't like is that we increase the time here, so I'm probably going to increase the time here. We are going to do this. Or even better, we're going to do this. If, not loop, just return. Else, do your stuff. And there we go. Cool. Just like the code to be not too complicated. Right now at least we avoid doing too many stuff in every directions. So that should be good. We should be able to take you and scale is right, duration is right, target is going to be yourself. No, it's going to be graphic. Oops. There we go. We're going to pause you because this is going to go fast. And no reference, of course. No, I never want to go to sleep. Sleep paralysis. Oh, that's hard. That's really harsh. Why do you have sleep paralysis? Fuck sleeping, yeah. Fuck sleeping. Sleeping is useless. Why do you have sleeping issues? I mean, if you know. Oh, you don't want to go sleep. That's curious though. Oops, that's right. It's time divided by 1.0. It has to be scaled, divided by duration. Oh, you're afraid of sleep paralysis. Is this... Yeah, you're afraid of sleep paralysis, that's what you mean. It doesn't work. Yeah, it is scary, yeah. It's alright though, it won't happen to you, don't worry. I know, I found sleep paralysis a couple of years ago. Not even a year ago, I think it was 1 year ago. And my girlfriend figures this out some month ago. She was quite scared as well. It's a rather scary thing. But you know, it's like you can have how do you say that in English? Sudden death. You can have sudden death as well. You know, you could just die like right now. Just as you talk to me, you could just die right now for no reason. It might happen. It happens. So it just doesn't happen a lot, hopefully. Hail to the king, baby. What? Oh, Nightbot, don't do that. What happened? Yeah, but you know, like the probability that you die actually right now is extremely low. You probably have more chance of winning a lottery than dying right now. Don't worry, it won't happen. It won't happen. So this should be between 0 and 1. I think the time should be normalized. I mean, since it's between 0 and 1 here, the proper thing would be to actually use this as a scale of time. I mean, I could, but that way it's easier. Like, I can have the generic scale of the curve and then I can just set the duration. I could also change the scale, but it's already easier. It's alright, Azu, it's alright. You just have to deal with it, really. Don't worry, none of these things actually exist. And if they do, there is nothing you can do about it, so honestly, just don't think about it. Like, if you're really scared about demons, what are you gonna do about them if they ever find you? They're just gonna kill you if they want to. If they don't want to kill you, well, they won't kill you, so there is nothing you can deal with. There is nothing you can do. So, in my opinion, you should just be like, I don't give a shit. I don't have any control over this. It depends which one, I guess. I'm not a demon. I'm not a big demon specialist. I'm not a demon specialist. So the local scale should be between 0 and 1. I don't get why this is not working. The time should be between 0 and 1. Duration is 0.5. So time should scale up. And divided by duration should then be scaled. So at 0 should be 0, at 0.5 should be 1. Clamp between 0 and 1. So I can just use clamp01. Yeah, I did study not neuroscience. I did study how is it called? Uh, Neural networks, and we had to learn some background about brains. Brains are not fucked up things. Brains are just like, when you learn about brains, the more you learn about brains, the more you're like, how can we even think and do stuff with our brain? It's so chaotic. But it's also it's already extremely interesting. Like, I have no idea how our brain works. I mean, can work. I have no idea how they can work. Because it's such a mess and it's so delicate. Like, just one small thing, like just one small one electric impulse a bit too big than the others can trigger some kind of epileptic crisis. Epileptic, don't know the English word. You know, epileptic crises are basically just when your brain begin to basically they give feedback to itself. Like each node in the brain give feedback to itself. I don't remember the name, but if the node gives feedback to itself bigger than what it actually received, it can actually trigger an epileptic crisis. It's very delicate. It's really easy. Like the value are so small, so I can very easily, with all the noise, get over it. That's why some people have epileptic crisis, without being especially epileptic guy. And see facing on trees. Yeah, that's a cool thing. Yeah, I like wood, but not for this reason. Just peaceful. Woods are peaceful. I'm gonna have to see what this evaluates to though. It looks like when this goes below 1, gives some interesting results. You're lucky. I live by the sea. I'm not a big fan of sea. I like sea, it's alright, but I prefer mountains and trees. Let's see. Why does the debug doesn't work? Is it because there's something wrong with the way Unity referred to the script or something? Is that it? That's why I don't watch horror movie before going to sleep if you're sensitive to it. I don't get why the debug doesn't show. Because it does change the local scale. So I assume it should print stuff that I showed off. Okay, sorry. My bad. My bad. So this is shown, this is working fine now. It's just the problem with that I was going into the return and I didn't handle the case that I was actually talking about, like what if I go over the duration? And you can clearly see it can easily happen. It can so easily happen that it happened like here. So this is half a second, it happened here. Because one frame should actually be, it's 0.16, so see if this is 0.5, this is 0.25, 1/16 of a second is here. So it basically goes like took and took and took. Probably took 4 or 5 frames to do this. Oh sorry, no, 0.016. 0.16? It's millisecond. Yeah, 0.16. It should be 0.16. So you should go extremely fast through this. It should take just, yeah, 10 frames, something like that. Yeah, you see, it's extremely fast. It takes a very few amount of frames. So, alright. So it can go extremely fast, and it can go so fast that you see that it was stuck here. So basically I have to handle this scenario where I have to say, hey, if you don't want to loop, just set it here. The one good thing would be to not touch the local scale at all in this case, and I think I'm gonna do it here. I'm gonna take this and do this and do this, because touching the local scale, touching the scale in general can trigger some interesting issues with some rendering effects. Like if some stuff, some materials, algorithms works fine if you don't account for the scale. If you include the scale, the algorithm becomes much more complex, and some stuff can be actually broken by changing the scale. It's very rare. What could break the scale in Unity is negative scale. Negative scale is not really a good thing. You can use it though, I'm using it in some project, but it can break some elements. Negative scale does break some stuff in Unity. I can't remember which one. I think it's optimizations, it's rendering optimizations. And if I change the scale every frame, I'm afraid it could ruin Unity optimization. I'm not entirely sure, but you know, better be safe. Like, if I don't touch the scale at all, it's better than touching it every frame, I guess. So there we go, teleport effect, apply. Probably gonna be, I said 0.4 second, no, even 0.2. Is it too fast? That's a bit too fast. What about this? Failed it. That looks alright. That looks alright. I could also add this time to the delay of the teleportation, but that would make teleporting very slow. I don't think I'm gonna bother doing this, because I want the game to still be quite nervous. I mean nervous. You see what I mean, it's all a question of point of view. By nervous I mean still responsive. If you spend 1 second every time, if you lose 1 second every time you use a teleporter, some levels are gonna take you an insane amount of time, even though you know exactly what you want to do. And I don't want this to happen. So now here, I'm going to add this to the to the character controller, but the better thing would be to actually change the teleport behavior, I think, because this effect can be done in the teleport side. Like this one, this effect of the trail, you know, it can always be based on the color of the object. That's why I have this effect with the blue thing in the middle. It's because that way it kind of reminds the way the actual player looks like, what the actual player looks like in game. You know, it's kind of similar. I said kind of, right? And what I want, this could be specific for each object. Like if we use a green cube and we teleport a green cube, for instance, maybe we could use a different color. Maybe it could be even a green square. But the teleportation effect itself, well, actually it's alright. We're just gonna put it here. It could also be a different prefab, a different texture. Teleport trail prefab. I'm gonna rename you, and we're also gonna have teleport effect prefab. So we're gonna have to update you because you're not gonna be updated. Yeah, he forgot about the actual prefab because I changed the name. That's something that's a bit lame, I think. But I understand the limitation though. But if you change the name of a public member, the editor is gonna forget about it. So here is the effect. We just need to trigger you into this function. Okay. So we're gonna put this at the beginning of coroutine teleport as well as the end. At the end. Maybe you could use all the stuff. Target position. Yeah, it doesn't know where it's supposed to happen. We're supposed to spawn. Or where it was. If I follow the logic here, I should do this, and I should also do teleport effect object using this. Thread effect from pivot transform rotation. So it's going to be transform.position. I don't care about the from and where. We're going to create this here. Oh, we also need a delete thingy. Yeah, we also need delete on done. There we go. Delete on reach, yeah. Delete on done. Yeah, that should be good. Teleportation effect. Do I need to set any parameters here? Yeah, I need to set the target. So I'm gonna have to get transform shrink. Okay, shrink transform. And shrink transform dot target is gonna be oh no, wait, don't need to transform. My bad. I don't even need any of this, I think. I just need to set the position. It can be delete undone, yes. So we're simply going to instantiate this here, and we're going to do the same here, and that's it. Yep, that's all we're really going to care about. And this should do the trick. Oops. Let's see what it looks like. It doesn't play the effect because it can't find it. Where is this? Yeah, no, that's the save manager. Why didn't you play the effect? You instantiate at the current position. Oh right, that's wrong. That's right. And no, that's right, but that's wrong. Oh, what happened there? What the hell? Oh, I left the collider. Oops. That's better. Also, you look way too small. Yeah, you look way too small. It needs to be bigger. And it's supposed to be bigger. Why is it so small? So I'm gonna have to pause here. This is 2 and 2, and you're like 0.5. Right, here's the effect. The effect here is fine, looks like. It's just too fast, maybe. I think it's just too fast. No, it just looks wrong. There's something wrong with the teleport in effect. So we should have very early, yeah, teleport effect. And the graphic here, it's gonna be 0. It's gonna be this, it's gonna go like this. Yeah, it's stopping before it actually reaches a value here. But the one here is fine, this effect here is fine. We could see it in the background there. I'm simply gonna add this so it draws on top. Oops. So it draws on top of the sphere. Just a little addition, but like this. What the hell happened there? Okay, don't know what happened with the editor. The effects now is way too slow. There is something wrong here. There is something wrong here, obviously. But I don't know why. It's like this one is always small and this one's great, or maybe the opposite. The first one's always small and the second one is great. I don't know what's causing this. Oops, I wasn't looking at the right one. There we go. Should have the teleport effect. Let's say you go like this, you reach 0.5 and you go down, okay. That's one thing. But you are perfect. Oh. So that was weird. So you start at 1. Okay, so that's one thing I should do. Initiating the scale. And then the scale just go to 0.5 and back. Oh great, alright. Did I pick the wrong value in here? It's local scale. It's because normal scale is gonna be 0.5, of course. I mean, it's even gonna be lower than 0.5 because it's a cube. But alright, so should I just keep this like this and not normalize? And assume that this is the size we're actually trying to reach? Yeah, that would make more sense. That would make more sense, sorry. That would make a whole lot more sense. There we go. Much better. And I might even make the effect a bit faster, so that it looks like we are not really here. Even if we press like the movement keys, it looks like we are not yet spawned in when the effects arrive. See? It's like slightly delayed. Alright, I think we have a good thing here. It actually looks like we're teleporting now, I think. Oh, you know what would be even more awesome? It would be to change the color of these based on the color of the teleporter. Maybe not. Doesn't really matter. Right, I think I'm gonna call it a thing, and I'm gonna stop here. Not the stream, I mean the effect. I'm gonna stop the teleportation effect here. I'm just gonna check it into, is it 19? 18? Can't remember. I'm looking for a specific level, but I can't remember it. That's not it. That's it, that's the one. It makes this jump a whole lot easier as well. Because before you had to basically predict it. It's still the case, but you have to be like very fast like this. Now it's actually easier. Because you can be like doing this and then oh, I can do this. Alright. You don't have to be like instantly pressing the left arrow key. Yeah, it looks much better in my opinion. Don't know what you guys think about it, but I think it's much better now. And now the only thing we have to do is to take you here and do this. There we go. Yeah, right, that's cool. Making sure the errors were the save manager ones. Alright. And we should be good. Alright. I think I'm gonna push this. So I can also have a look at what I've done. And let's see if I have enough time to do the other thing I wanted to do. Okay, so just a note in case you're wondering, there is no S in the actual name of the company, but since I'm not good, I put an S here by mistake. And now that I have the Unity setup and everything, I'm just too lazy to change the name. So might want to do this. That would be a cool effect, but I think it's a bit of an overkill. We could do this very easily. I know exactly how you do this. You basically take a texture in black and white with different shades of gray, or if you prefer, you actually take this. That's perfect. You make sure it's tiltable, so it actually loops around the sphere. The best thing would actually to make sure that this texture is actually made for the sphere, but that's another thing. It's alright if you haven't done it, I think. Especially if you see it from the sides, you're not going to see that the top is going to be messed up. And what you're going to have is you're basically going to have some... Wait, did I thought I pressed enter. You're going to take this, and you're going to turn this as transparent. Where is it? FX? No. Where is transparent? I think I have to go into standard now. It's going to be a cutout. So you're going to take the cutout. Right. I'm actually going to take this one because it's just faster. You're going to take the cutout. And you're basically going to cut out through here. Let me take some noise. I think I can do it for some reason, but yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it. 1 second, I'll just make sure I push the right thing. So we're gonna check out the levels because we haven't done any modifications into them. So we did edit all that stuff. We fixed a bug into the level logic, into the test box. We didn't edit the glow material, did we? Yeah, I don't think we hit the glow material, but it's alright. It's not gonna hurt to push it. Teleport behavior, we did change this. Texture panel, we didn't change. Oh, we moved it. That's right, that's why. Yeah. Teleportation, we fixed the sound being too long. Time manager, we need to check out the time manager though. Because we don't want to keep the messing around stuff we did in the time. We added the prefabs, we added an effect folder, a couple of stuff, yeah. All that stuff is correct. So, what have we done here for now? So, add effects on teleportation. As well as some delay and a trading effect in teleporting. That's fine, people can figure this out very easily. And in the worst case you have, there is this stream, so they can have a look at it. if they can't see, they don't see it somehow. Training effect when teleporting. Fix how is it called? The teleportation.ogg, teleportation.ogg fx silence parts. Trading. So it's not fix, it's trim. We also fix a bug with with this box that could kill the player while he should not be killed. Now use a plane to accurately detect player, actually detect fatal out of box. I should do it, and move material related scripts into script slash fx slash materials. That should do it. We did add some stuff, but I think it's not really worth mentioning it. You can quickly see that in the like I would probably think maybe, well actually I would probably forget about the move to and everything if we need to trace it down, but it's alright. Everything is, oh yeah, I pushed already. Awesome. So that's done. We can reload that stuff. So now we have this effect. We want, oh yes, I wanted to have a look to show you this quickly. So let's just create a sphere here very quick. So you have your sphere. We're going to create a material very quickly as well. We're going to use the cutout, and we're going to use in the albedo some noise. We are also gonna tile this to something bigger, and I think that's how you do it. Oh yeah, it doesn't have transparency. I need to enable transparency based on you. Oops. We want transparency and black and white, so we're gonna do this. And there we go. So now, if I give temp to you, I open this, and I mess around with the alpha cutoff, you can see the sphere being disappearing here. Which is pretty much this effect. The added thing, there is two stuff added. There is this thing in height. This is probably a bit more complicated. I'm not entirely sure how to do it. However, the blue border, like the transition between these two, can be relatively easy as well. What you have to do is make your own shader. Like, this is cool because this works out of the box if you don't want any border effects. But what you're gonna do is you're gonna have your own shader, which is gonna implement an alpha cutout, which is very easy. So it was cut off. Oh no, it's cut out. Okay. It's very easy to do, and you're gonna have basically you're gonna take this image and you're gonna have two cutoff. You're gonna have a first cutoff which is gonna be like this, for instance, and we're gonna duplicate you. We're gonna duplicate you and assign it to you. And we're gonna have another cutoff which is gonna be like this, for instance. And you probably see where I want to go. There. You see the effect? I duplicated the object here for a good reason, just so it's easier, so I don't have to write my own shader, but that's basically the effect that you're gonna have. And yeah, you're simply gonna have to do this and color the cutout, the space between two cutout with your thing. So it's extremely easy, really. That effect, very easy. You could also manage to have the effect to draw the inside as well. I'm not entirely sure how we do this in this. I can't remember how you do this in Unity though. I think it's two-sided? No. I don't remember how you do this. I think it has to do with the sphere itself or in the material. I can't remember, to be honest. But you can very easily have a transparent, maybe transparent effect? No. Yeah, you can very easily have this this mental effect. This is what I was talking about. Two things: the texture is not tittable, so you can clearly see some seams. At this point you can see the seam, and it gets even worse when you get to the top. And you can see it's also not made for a sphere, so the top of the model, the poles of the model are broken. It didn't look right. So it requires a bit of work, but it's extremely easy to do. It's extremely easy to do, really. Once you know how it works, of course. We are gonna get rid of all the bad stuff I've done. There we go. So yeah, very easy effect to do, but I'm not sure it's gonna be worth for two reasons. First, because it actually looks, I think it looks cool already, like the way it is implemented. My voice is dying. I think it actually looks cool right now. Where is the level? Here's the level. Hi Chicken Skill, how you doing? So yeah, I think it looks alright. And secondly, because if you have a look at the effect, Microsoft Edge. Why do you say is this Microsoft Edge? We can see that it's so fast that we wouldn't even be able to see the sphere dematerializing. So I don't think it's worth taking time printing the effect, and this one actually does the work, does the job pretty well, I think. It's just illusion, and also it's much faster. Like the glow effect here, we could have done a glow effect manually by doing some post-processing and everything. Instead, what we have done is simply to use a quad. It's just a simple quad. You can see it here. I can scale it up if I want to. It's just very easy. It's 4 vertices, 2 triangles, extremely fast to render. The only problem is that it's transparent, but you can't do everything without cost. I'm fine, Chicken Scale. Sorry, didn't saw your message. Thank you for worrying. So that's cool. That's cool. That's so cool. The next thing is gonna be thing is here. Why would it be Nas as a master? Alright, this is the second thing I wanted to do. 25 minutes? This is gonna be rough. I think I can always start doing it. It's gonna be rough because I'll have to catch the event of the user. I mean, on computer would be extremely easy. On phone, however, it's gonna be less easy because I have to catch the event. Still, it's quite scary. I mean, scary thing. It's quite a bad thing. I wouldn't want this to happen to me. The score? No, where is it? That's not you. What are you? Jump button? Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. So we have this pinch handler. We have this pinch handler, which is, I believe, yeah, it's disabled as well, but that's something else. Well, I can't turn you on, that's sad. Thank you, Chicken Skill. Now that I put some effort in it, I'm actually glad you like it. Previous version was very bad compared to the new one. Yes, it is, but it actually happened to me once. Sleep paralysis, I think. Just a very short amount of time, very short amount of time. If you're curious about this, you should have a look into hypnosis. It's a very interesting thing to do. I've been hypnosed and I've then learned how to hypnose some people. I'm doing it bad. I'm doing it very bad, but some people do follow my tricks when I tell them to do it. It's extremely interesting to see how hypnosis work because it makes you understand how subconscious work. I mean, some part of subconscious sorry, my tongue is dying as well. It helps you understand how the brain understands the world around you, how it relates to subconscious as well as your conscious. It's extremely interesting in my opinion. I never thought I would be so much into hypnosis until I've been hypnosed myself by a friend and then learned how to do it and how it works. Yeah, I think 20 minutes is gonna be rough. That's gonna be rough because I've got to do it for PC and mobile. I'm not gonna do the thing only for mobile. I might as well just do it for PC as well. So that's why it's done and we don't have to go back to it later. Plus you can steal chocolate. If you're being, yeah, I just catch what you said. Yeah, of course you can steal chocolate. The guy who hypnosed me, he told me he made some friends in parties do the chicken. This one is working very fine. He told me making people imitate chickens is one of the easiest thing to do when they're hypnosed, especially in a party where people are like kind of open-minded. They like to have fun. So when they're hypnosed and you tell them to do the chickens, they're like, oh yes, that could be fun. That's what their brains think. One thing you can't do if you hypnose someone is tell him to, I don't know, kill himself or kill someone, because his brain is gonna have protections against that. It's extremely interesting. You should have a look at it if you're curious. I mean, I think it's great, and it's a great way to understand how brain works even more. Like as I said, I've learned some neural networks. So I have some basics in how the brain works and the synapses. All that stuff can easily screw up, and hypnosis added to this is like it's really helpful to understand how the brain works. I don't know, brains is such a fascinating thing. I think I'm gonna try to find something else to do than this. It took me way too much time to do the teleporter effect because I had to fix some bugs in the meantime. And I could actually have a look at the spring cube of the world too, so I can try fix the bug that we had earlier. I could even do it here. Why am I even looking for it here? I could just that's what's nice when you're making video game. Like if you'd be modding if you'd be making a mod, you would have to find how to do this and everything. When you're making the game yourself, you're just like, okay, I'll just put this here. That's fine. Where is the player? He's here. I want him here. There you go. That's done. That's what I like when you make video games yourself. So it's this plus 2, and it's this in high. And it's -1. There we go. So there is a small bug about this one, where you sometimes do micro jumps, and it looks like it doesn't happen yet. We are actually being pushed away or not? No, we're not. So I could show you the super jump as well. If you press jump exactly when you hit the cube, you should have a super jump. There we go. Small bugs that we kept for speedrunning and emergent pass, or solution if you prefer. It's very hard though, that's why we said speedrunners, because frame perfect jumps. But yeah, I can't have the small jump to happen. But it happens like all the time into the other levels I tried. Let's see. Which one was it? Man, some of these levels looks rough. I haven't tested them, but they looks really rough. I'm glad we have checkpoints. That's not the level I was testing. That is not the level. Oh, was it? No, it's not. That's not it. Oh, I think that was it. Yeah, that's the one. Here we had very often we have micro jumped extremely often. Micro jumps, sorry, extremely often. And I actually think I just figured out what was happening. Maybe this cube is by error reaching here. I don't know, we'll see. So here it was extremely easy to have some micro jumps. Yeah, you see, it keeps happening. Or could it be configuration issue maybe of the block? I'll have to compare with the actual block. No. That looks alright. Can I do some revert here just to make sure it's correctly implemented? It should be, but you know, better be safe than sorry. So normal jump, small jump. Okay. And now normal small jumps. It just happened again. Is it just based on the position I'm hitting the block? No, it doesn't look like. No, I'm making good jumps here. Oh, it looks like it's when I have some lateral velocity when landing. It can sometimes breaks. I think these springs have no colliders. Yeah, they don't, which is a good thing. I'm not entirely sure about why this is happening. I think I just figured out what could be happening is that basically what's happening. Yeah, I think I found it. Where's the controller? It's here. Basically what might happen is that normally when we hit the ground, as soon as we touch the ground, that the sphere detects that it touched the ground, it completely kills the vertical velocity. What could happen is that if you pay attention to this, you can see it's slightly going out of the cube for good reason. And what might happen is that we first touch this in a frame. So in this frame, we do touch the top collider, but we don't touch the ground yet. So the cubes start to push us, and then the next frame, we actually reach the ground. So we're gonna have to look at how the spring cube handles this, because I have forgot. Okay, collision child. Spring behavior, trigger event from child. Okay. And don't know why this is here. And what I want is that this function get component add force. Okay, so at this moment I want to also say to the character controller to not I'm not a big fan of having to look up for the names. I don't know if that's me that did this, but it could have been me. I could have done this. I think I've worked on this one, so it's probably me, but I don't like this. But yeah, I need to tell to the character controller to stop. How does this work? If he's grounded, add torque. Yeah, when we move, that's cool. That's not what I'm looking for. So when we jump, we set the velocity, and that's probably what we should do. Yeah, we're adding force instead of setting the velocity, so that's the issue. Yeah, one thing we could do is create a function here that will be public, because we don't want I don't want to add a third case here, because it's going to be quite annoying, and I don't want to consider the spring cubes extensions, like the small trigger boxes. I don't want to consider them as ground, because it's not. And what's going to happen if I do this is that we could have the sphere here, it's going to touch it, it's going to stop, and then it's going to start falling down again, and then stop again. Or even it's maybe going to do this and not move, and as soon as I go here, it's going to fall down a little bit. I don't want this to happen. So I'm probably going to cut this and do reset vertical velocity, then do this. Well, actually that's what this does. And then I'm adding the force, yeah. So we're gonna create that function right there. After you, public void reset vertical velocity, which is gonna do this. As simple as that. And we are gonna call this from the spring behavior before adding this. So collider game object character controller equal you get component character controller. We can replace this by this not null. Yeah, I think that's me. I remember having implemented this, so I think that's me. Reset. That really makes me think about Minecraft. I feel like I'm just modding Minecraft again. I used to do this before. Lots of fun. I made a small mod. Actually, it was a big mod in the end. where you were in the desert and you had to fight zombies, where zombies could actually kill you in one hit. Like one hit could give you a very yes, it does. It does get out of function. Like if you get hit by a zombie once, you have a wound. If you get hit the second time, you can have an infected wound. Sorry, even the first hit can give you an infected wound, and you have to heal yourself and everything. Yeah, sure, chicken skill. It was great fun. Don't even ask if you want to suggest something, really. Um, there is one reason for this. There's actually a reason for this, is that we may want to handle more than CC, like more objects. And using the code like that is going to be faster than having if CC not equal to null, I think. Also, I need to access CC. Oh, you're actually right. You could avoid the indent, but I think there was a good reason for this. Well, this could definitely be a return. This could definitely be here. I've already heard that checking for false is faster. Checking for false is faster? I have no idea how this works. Really. Under the hood. I mean, I really don't see how fast, how much microseconds you can have in difference between comparing different from null and equal from null. I mean, it sounds like if you have a difference, it must be just one call, one function call, because oh, I think I know why you're saying this, because most of the time you implement it like this and do your stuff, and then you implement this one as this. Most of the time that's how you implement these operators. So that's probably how why some people say that one is faster than the other, because that one actually calls this function. Unless you actually have maybe another explanation, but I think that's why you read this. That's probably why you read this. No problem, as a master. Oh, hail the glorious Windows Auto Restart. This is rather generic, this is rather generic, this is rather generic. All this doesn't need to be into CC. I think I need to invert these. I'll actually... I might as well just keep it like this. Normally, I would animate the object, but here I want to first make sure that it's an object we want to be able to push away. I'm saying I'm just gonna keep this here, but indeed having the CC here would be faster. I mean faster, would avoid an indentation like this, or this, which I prefer. And you're not supposed to be here. That would be indeed much faster. For some reason though, when I code this kind of stuff, this is how I program it first. So now I'm actually wondering which one is clearer. because I can clearly see the web developer now. Like, it makes a complete sense in web to have to avoid to reduce the amount of text you have, I guess, and I will add annotation. But I wonder which one is more logical. Like, this actually makes sense because we don't do anything if we don't enable, and it's never going to be extended. However, here we get the CC, and if we can't find the character controller, we don't go further. Now you're right. I mean, you're right. You didn't say anything, but it's probably clear like that. It's actually clear like that. I prefer events indeed. Callbacks. Well, events are callbacks in the end. Oh yes, I actually agree with you, Azu. I might upgrade to Windows 10 if they add Linux Bash. I might. I also need to make sure that OBS is going to be working fine as well, because I don't think it is. But yeah, that should fix the bug. You know, so that way I can make, if I want to make scripts, I don't have to do a Linux Bash script as well as a stupid Windows Batch script. Cache? What's this? We're waiting for it. Is that the name of the project? Cross-platform Linux command in ES6. Alright. Wait, what the hell? That's a lot of dedication, man. That's a huge amount of work, Jesus. Do you need to, like, does it also embed the package and everything, or do you still have, or do you still need like Cygwin or something like that to at least have the package? Sure. I can't select it. All you need is love. Is not. I almost said all you need is love. Don't know why my tongue ripped. You're welcome. He can't read you, Chicken Scale. Basically, he asked for the links on the Twitch. I mean, he can read you, but he can't click the link. You probably want a link to follow directly, so he doesn't have to type it. But I don't want to tag cache. I just love this open source project, the way they just show, they speak about everything. I mean, that's how you should be doing everything in life. Wow. That's much more sellout than most of the punchline you can read on movies advertisement and stuff, I think. Anyway, let's make sure the bug works. The bug is fixed. The bug works. Good stuff, Robin. Okay, don't worry at all now. If I wanted Linux Bash, I would go to Linux. Well, it depends. In my case, you can have a quick peek at my hard drive and see that I have a very small hard drive with very few amount of free space. So I can't really bother adding how do you call it? Adding a second OS, having a dual boot. Trigger event from Chai. Is it just on enter? Yeah, it's just on enter. So reset velocity should work. Just do this. Remove some stuff. Oh, well, if you have, yeah, you know, when you're doing, you'll see. I don't know how much work you have done, but you're very quickly, like, if I have a look at my Git folder, when I have all my experiments and works, this is just text, basically, and some images, but mostly text. I can probably keep this in the background. It's probably going to be a couple or maybe more gigabytes of code. Yeah, I know. I can't do it. Well, it's not. It's not that it's not that good. Yeah, it just means that the hard drive is gonna have the computer is gonna have trouble to find basically, it's red. If it's red, it means that if it needs to write outside of the RAM, I think it means that it's just gonna be slower. And also, maybe Windows is gonna have some trouble to cache some stuff. I think that's the only reason. You can see it's very slow sometimes. That's just because of that. I need 10% of the hard drive, I know this. It's just like you can't really get free. You can't really get all that stuff free. Like Visual Studio takes tens of gigabytes. So you can see your game is well optimized. 1 second. Other games here taking a lot of space, and I play most of them. Turn bug into feature. Wait, so do you mean so? So you can see if your game was well. Oh, got it. Sorry, I didn't read the U. I thought so can see if your game was well optimized. I think it was a question. Jesus, this is still ramping up. Mechanic keyboard, dude. Mechanic keyboard. I got a Razer Black Widow. It's the best keyboard I've ever had in my hand. But yeah, I can see if the game's well optimized. Yeah, to be honest, I don't think the game should be slowed down by any hard drive access, but you know this, of course. If I ever go out of my 4 GB of RAM, and indeed the game is not well optimized. The game is not well optimized, to be honest. We have a lot of work to do on it. A lot of phones have troubles running it 60 frames per second, even though we have done everything we could. Not everything we could, but a lot of stuff to make it run faster. But then it all comes to how well do you know the engine. Like one huge optimization we could do, but that optimization would require a lot of time, would be to turn the level, like when we compile, turn these whole levels, like all the static blocks, especially these ones, like the regular blocks, because these ones are not going to move. Turn all of these into one big mesh with one big collider. Because here, every single one of these is a cube with a collider. This is completely terrible. This is terrible for optimization. And also, you can see there is a lot of vertices as well. Like these ones, they're useless. We could get rid of these, but we're not artists. These ones, we could get rid of this. But yeah, we're not artists, so there's stuff we don't really do yet. It would actually help. We could shave off some vertices here and there. Typically, this is the kind of optimization you do with your artist when he's like, okay, 10 minutes left until I leave work, what should I do? Well, just shave off some vertices off. Except we don't have artists. So no one can actually take care of this. Or not often. So yeah, every single one of these is a cube. We could turn all of these cubes into one big mesh with one huge collider. And even for these, like this one, you can see these parts are mobile. Like this part is mobile. But we could turn the inside of the cube into a static one. Like the cube itself. Oh, yours the cube itself, okay. We could turn this one into a big like what I'm just toggling here, into one big mesh with a rest, with a collider. But this is a lot of work, to be honest, because you have to crawl through every single one of these cubes. You also have to make it workflow friendly, so it's not too annoying. Like if you forgot to build it before release, you're gonna be like, oh crap, I have to update the release and everything. You have to make it so it's easy to set up, easy to do. You have to crawl through every single one of these. The vertices itself is easy. Making the collider is a bit harder, because you're gonna have to take this vertex and be like, okay, is this vertex colliding close to any other vertices? No. Is this vertex close to any other? Yes. So I need to get rid of one of these, and I have to replace every occurrence of this one by this one. You see how slow it is? It's rather annoying. At least we don't have, since it's just a collider, we don't have to care about the UV and everything, but it's still a long optimization, and we have much more urgent stuff to do, and stuff which are faster to made. Also, why do we have these here? What are you? Oh, yours is, okay. So we are not being pushed away anymore. Why? Is the question. So when we reach the cube, we reset the vertical velocity and then we add the force here. So let's see. It's basically like we would jump. Let's see. Well, we could do it the other way as well. No, we couldn't because we're actually adding this. Oh, and we also just want to do this in that scenario. I just realized. We don't want this to happen at the edges. I just almost made a huge bug. Because if we are in the edges, like here, we don't want to reset. Why you don't work at all anymore? Hello? Oops, that's the issue. And also, this is not right as well. Because I want to actually... This is top, but top is going to be top in this rotation. If I turn my head like that, this is top now, and this should be top. So that won't work as well. I need to add a little bit more logic. But this should fix the bug. We shouldn't have any more issue of the sphere being reset too soon or something, like making a small jump. And this would work as well. Now, what I need to do is to add a function for that, probably. I'm gonna have to stop here, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here. I'll just finish this quickly later on. Because I'm starting to feel very tired and I can't focus for some reason. I think I've been speaking way too much and I haven't drank enough, so I think I'm slightly dehydrated, so that would explain why I can't speak and focus. So yeah, I'm probably gonna stop the stream here, guys. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I won't be doing this bug tomorrow. I'll probably finish this before the stream. It's just one quick function. I just need to be able to focus. So yeah, tomorrow I'm not entirely sure about what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna do the teleported highlights I was talking about, as well as maybe fixing some UE issues. Once we can work on the iOS, I'll let you guys know, and I'll stream probably say save system migration, I would say, but it won't be tomorrow. I don't think it's gonna be tomorrow. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the stream, learned something or saw something interesting, and thank you guys for watching. I'll be streaming tomorrow, same hours as today, which is in French hours, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So I hope to see you guys next time if you liked it. By the way, if you like the stream, don't hesitate to hit the follow button on whatever you're watching me on. So consider about following us on the social network on the bottom left corners. Warp Scheme is a company and Robin Goupil is my name. So if you want to know when I'm going live, I'm tweeting, sorry, every time I'm going live. I can't speak. If you want to know when I'm going live, I'm tweeting every single time. So if you want to know it, you can just follow me on Twitter. And I hope you guys have an awesome evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are in the globe. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.